Blood clot vibes, yes, family logic, yourself, pick up yourself. It's the hostess with the most, the selector, Silla Shlomo's on the one and twos. You know how we do. It's the vibes.
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Run the rhythm.
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Yes, family, make sure to get your bitters. It's the blood clot vibes. Yes, family, big up yourself, large up yourself. Your host, Silla Shalom on the one and twos. You know how we do. That means when to come back and re-emphasize Battle of the Holy Books. You know what I mean? We ain't done yet. Was talking to the brother Malachi Maccabee. And he said somebody wanted to debate him. Somebody done stuck their head out the hole. He was like, yo, see, like, man, you know what I mean? One of them FOP boys wanted to debate. FOP? For our people edification. So I said, who was it? He said, K. Judah. K. Judah done got confident enough to stick his head out the hole and debate Malachi Maccabee. I can't wait to see what we're going to be talking about. Because niggas done got confident, now they want to step up to the plate. That's what we've been waiting on. Matter of fact, it's to the point. Creative Gang clicked up. We'll debate anybody. Creative Gang versus who? Squad up. You know what I mean? Battle of the Holy Books. You know what I'm saying? Whether if you read the King James Bible, the Quran, the Egyptian text, Oahspe, tanak, yeah, let your book speak for you. Niggas mad because Oahspe on the block. Yeah. And it ain't going nowhere. David Long, I see you. Peace, brother. Ron Joe, peace to the fam, man. Angelica, I see the fam chiming in the chat. See y'all. Jaway, what's going on? Creative Gang. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Battle of the Holy Books. I don't want to hear nothing about no goddamn John Newbro. All that's out the window. John Newbro out the window. It's all about what you're going to bring to the table as far as your Bible. The understanding of your God. Watch this, right? We ain't gonna talk about John Newbro no more. Now with all these European authorships, all these European compilers and influencers over your Bible, we're not gonna talk about John Newbro no more. We're gonna keep it business. We're gonna keep it to the text. Each one of these Europeans on the screen had influence of your so-called Bible. From Ptolemy II, he translated it into the Septuagint, or the book of the 70s. And then you got Constantine, who authorized Christianity, established it. And then you had the councils, the Council of Nicaea, debating the divinity of Jesus. Then you have Pope Damascus, who put the canons together, the list of the canonical books from Genesis to Revelation, that order you have from Genesis to Revelation. You could thank Pope Damascus for that. That's why when you get the Ethiopian Bible, which came about a century later or 2 centuries later, if you look at the compiling of the Ethiopian Bible, it's the exact same compiling of what you got out of Pope Damascus Council, the Council of Rome, when they selected and put in order the books from Genesis to Revelations. And then after that, you got Saint Jerome, the necromancer, over there playing with dead corpse. You know what I mean? Doing unlawful acts. All these are the men who had influence over your so-called Bible. So anytime you bring up John Bilal Newbro and complain about the Oahspe being written by a European, I'm going to always and forever bring this up and run through the list of European influences over the Bible and show you which one has more impact and influence from a European. One European or a plethora of Europeans. What would hurt more? To get whipped by one slave master or to get whipped by 20 slave masters at the same time? See, I play these games. And then look, after Jerome, you got Moses Maimonides. You know what I mean? He had influence over Torah. This nigga created his own damn Torah. You got John Wycliffe. These are the niggas who translated he translated to English. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have you niggas speak English today. And ain't man one of you niggas had an influence on translating the Bible to English. And then one of you niggas had a foot in on translating the Bible from Latin to English. It was John Wycliffe. And look at the time period. Look at the time period he lived. 1328 to 1384 Common Era. You niggas was in the heart of Africa getting ready to go to the transatlantic slave trade when this shit was translated. Then you got Gutenberg. You got the Gutenberg Bible, the Gutenberg Printing Company, the Gutenberg Press. The first nigga to print the Bible was a white boy. You niggas ain't got nothing to do with it. You niggas don't even know who was the author of the Bible. So with that, you can't even validate if the stories is true or not. You got Erasmus. He had his hand on the Bible, translating the New Testament from Latin. Then you got Martin Luther, the Protestant movement. These niggas is creating movements off your Bible. William Tyndale, he translated it into English. All these niggas had influence over the Bible. Rolling Hill, then you got King James. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See that? The 12 tribes, the 12 European authors of the Bible. And this is just a few. There's plenty more that have influence of Bible. This is just a couple I just selected to chose for this particular topic at the time. So we're not going to deal with who wrote the Bible no more, who wrote the all that's dead. Now it's time to get in the chapter and verse. Now it's time to get in the chapter and verse. Child of the Creator of all, I see you. Peace, family. Well gone. See the fam chopping in. See that? I watched a movie about the Anunnaki, and the way it was told was similar to how John Newbro was told how Oahspe was read. Yeah. Spirit communication. That's why people be like, oh, well, where did he get the history from the Oahspe from? Spirit communication. The same way Moses, they'll sit there and ask you, where did John Newbro get the information in the Oahspe from? As if that's the hardest thing to understand. When in the Bible, now keep in mind, see, this is what people don't realize. On a scholastic level, they'll tell you that Moses wrote the 5 books. Moses wrote the 5 books. Moses wrote the Torah, Moses wrote the Tanakh. That's the claim. All right. So if Moses wrote Genesis, now Moses existed during the time of Egypt, Middle Kingdom, 15th century BC, before Common Era. That's the time of Moses. But Moses is speaking about Abraham. Moses is speaking about Noah. Moses is speaking about Adam. Moses is speaking about things that predate him, that he wasn't around, nor is there a compiling of history that Moses copied these stories from. Moses didn't copy the story of any of these from any previous transcripts. This was supposed to be the download from God to Moses about previous historical accounts. So the same way you make the claim about the Bible, the Oahspe is not validated through historicity, I could say the same thing about Moses and not having historicity of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, Abraham to Adam. Moses didn't live during none of those times, nor did Moses have previous manuscripts to translate that from. So he's getting a direct download from something that he cannot prove. So when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the story of Abraham, and one of the prophets said, where did you get the story from Abraham? Oh, God gave it to me. God told me that 2,000 years ago, a nigga named Abraham lived, and we are the progenitors of Abraham. And then X amount of thousand years before that, there was a great flood, and Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth survived. That's the only time you get those accounts. When Moses came down from Mount Sinai, according to the scholarly narrative, if Moses wrote Genesis, that means Adam, Eve, Cain, Abel, all that was produced in the 15th century BC during the time of Moses. It doesn't go further back than that because there's no account of that. See how that worked? So with that being said, if Moses did not have previous records to copy the story of Adam and Eve, to copy the story of Noah, to copy the story of Abraham, where did he get it from? Y'all want to talk about John Bala Newborn? Where did he get the stories of where the Oahspe talks about? Well, where did Moses get the stories of Adam and Eve? If we cannot find previous scrolls that he copied it from, where did he get it from? You know where he got it from? He got it from goddamn God, nigga. He got it from God. God told the nigga about Abraham. God told Moses about Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, based off the narrative if Moses wrote Genesis. So with that being said, let me give you some enlightenment. Because if God told Moses about Abraham, about a time period that predates Abraham, that means those stories had to have been recorded and documented, just like we got stories recorded and documented in libraries. Likewise, do they have libraries in the heavens? If these people existed, these documents are stored. So when the ancestors come up and they want to read previous heavenly histories, they can look in the libraries in heaven. The same way when we come into the earth and we want to look at previous histories on the earth plane, we go to the library and we can look up Christopher Columbus. We could go as far back as Egypt through the libraries, as above, so below as above. So in the heavens, they have what you call libraries, records. So for God to tell Moses about something that happened before Moses, and if it happened historically, that means it had to happen. That means it's recorded angelically or heavenly among the angels in the libraries of heaven. Now, let me give you an example of how Jehovah have libraries in the heavens. See that? We're going to make it make sense. We're going to make it make sense. So you can't trap me up, my nigga. I'm going to get you every time. You thought you had something by saying that there is no historicity in the Oahspe, when there is, because it's a recap. If you understood the Oahspe and never read it, it's a recap of history. It's a synopsis. So to prove if the history is true, you have to read the history in the Oahspe that's claiming it, and then go in history to see if it line up. And nigga, we've been there. That's what the arc cycles is about. That's what the timeline is about. That's what the timetables of prophecy is about. Because we put everything on the timeline. And we put that timeline and read Oahspe and it shows you how it line up. So nigga, ain't nothing else to talk about. But if you do that with Bible, nigga, it's over. So when we go to Book of Jehovah, chapter 8, we still on the screen? Let me share my screen here. Look what it say here. Look what it say here. This is the Book of Jehovah, chapter 8. Yahuwah, Jehovah said, God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven of his dominion and those of his lords. And he and they shall enjoin it upon their successors forever to keep a like record. So right here, Jehovah's letting you know that in the heavenly kingdom, there are records kept. And these records are the recording of their dominion during their reign in the heavenly realm and the earthly realm. And in the times of my harvest, a copy of these records shall be taken up to my Etherian kingdoms and filed with my Orion chiefs and archangels, and in the roadway of the travel of the great serpent, the solar system, for the deliberation regarding the progress and management of the inhabitants of the earth and her heavens. See that? So there are records kept in the heavens about the earth and the heaven and their reigning gods and their reigning kings and queens on the earth plane. So we have a record, just like we have a library. Let me go to the other precept to that, going into the libraries. Let's go here now. Yeah. Let's go to, let me see where we at with it. Let's go to the first book of God, last chapter. First book of God, last chapter. Wow. Right here. First book of God, chapter 28, verse 1. Look what it states. God said, "Be wise, O man, in the words of your God. My records do not come out of the ground, nor from the books of mortals." So now, this is God saying, my records come not from the books of mortals. Because you remember, God gave Moses the story of Noah. He gave the story of Abraham, Adam, and Eve, which existed prior to Moses. So how would God know these stories and these accounts if they're not recorded? Again, God said, "Be wise, O man, in the words of your God. My records do not come up out of the ground, nor from the books of mortals." Look what Jaja say. "I open my heavenly libraries and find my living sons and daughters who once trod the earth." See that? So right there, that's the key word right here. Heavenly libraries. They're letting you know that they're heavenly libraries, which are records of previous events prior to your coming there, prior to you coming to earth, prior to you be born on earth. There have been histories existing on this earth prior to you being here. And that's what the heavenly libraries is about, the same way the earthly libraries is about. So again, when God told Moses about Abraham, when God told Moses about Noah, and when God told Moses about Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, these came from the heavenly libraries. But your Bible don't speak about these things, so it sounds foreign to you. It sounds a blood clot foreign to your ears. But here, Oahspe make it make sense. Because keep in mind, if we're going to run with the narrative, you got to tell me, well, how did Moses speak about Abraham, speak about Noah, and be so detailed about their lives if he didn't exist during their time period? How did he get the stories? That's what you got to answer. You got to tell me, how did Moses get the story of Noah? And Moses is living during the 5th century BC Common Era. I mean, before Common Era. You got to explain that one. So he says, "I'll open my heavenly libraries." Again, Jehovah said, God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven. See that? God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven. And these records mount up to be the heavenly libraries. See that? So if anybody try to use that against you, or Oahspe, create a gang, you could always say that the same way John Bilal Nuro got the information in the Oahspe by the angels, and the angels received this information from the heavenly libraries preceding the time period of John Nubro, is the same way God came to Moses and gave him information from the heavenly libraries, telling him a history that preceded Moses. Same. See, I level the playing ground, nigga. We back at square one again. We back at square one. Now we got to go right back into the book. Ain't no more excuses. Every excuse you come with, I'm going to level the playing ground every time. You see that? Every time. It's a blood clot vibes. Yeah, they gotta contend with that, yo. Battle of the Holy Book, man. That's what this is. Battle of the Holy Books. It's a blood clot vibes. What up, Ema? I see you. I just got through watching your cooking show you put up like 30 minutes ago. Salute, big up yourself. Everybody go subscribe to Ema channel. Go check out, man. She be on the survival tip, how to eat right, show you how to make some good Aital food, you know. Yeah, I'll show you how to make some good Aital, you know. Mm-hmm. It's a blood clot vibes. Go check it now. So, you know, Battle of the Holy Books. And according to the Bible, God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. And then in the Bible, it says 24 hours. That's when he did it. You know, I mean, the 24 hours, some want to say 6,000, but the Bible say 24 hours, which is a day. But even if you want to use 6,000, we can piggyback off of that. So God created the earth and the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars, everything included in 144 hours using the narrative of 24 hours or one day. Or we could go with the narrative. He created it in 1,000 years. In return, he created the heavens and the earth in 6,000 years. Now, cross-comparison Oahspe's creation account. The process of creation or creating seasons and cycles, the 4 ages of all celestial bodies. So in the Oahspe, the celestial bodies, sun, moon, the stars, and planets go through 4 ages: a time of creation, a time of inhabitation, a time of barrenness, and a time of dissipation. So being that we're dealing with creation, meaning that from when the abstract gaseous parts of creation is being concrete into a ball of fire through vortexia, right? And then from vortexia rain down simu, then the mineral kingdom, the vegetable kingdom, and then the animal kingdom. And then when the earth produces mammals, reptiles, human beings, right? According to the Oahspe, that process is 144,000 years. From the creation of the planet to man being created, sustained on the planet, is 144,000 years, right? Now, if you was to cross compare, what would you go with? 6,000 years or 144,000 years? And then from 144,000 years, that's the time of creation, because the Oahspe gives you a measurement of time. So each time is 144,000 years, or each age. So the time of creation is 144,000 years. The time of inhabitation is 144,000 years. The time of barrenness is 144,000 years. And the time of dissipation is 144,000 years. Now keep in mind, these 4 ages are in comparison to the 4 seasons. So that's the equivalent of saying spring is 144,000 years. Summer is 144,000 years. Fall is 144,000 years. And winter is 144,000 years. That's the equivalent, meaning that the same way we have 4 seasons, right? And these 4 seasons bring change to the earth. It's the same way we have on a macro level 4 ages or 4 development, 4 stages that celestial bodies go through. So we're in the inhabitable age because we're living on a planet. The planet is suitable to sustain animal and man, humans, right? So the time period of man on the earth is 144,000 years. So while, you know, the Bible really doesn't give you a time period when the end will come, it gives you prophecy about it, but it doesn't substantially give you a marking date, a time period. The Oahspe gives you a time period, 144,000 years. We are at the midway mark of 144,000 years, according to the Oahspe, which means we are at a little over 72,000 years. From the creation of human beings to where we're at now, it's basically 78,175,000 years. That's where we're at. Oahspe gives us a time period when man was created. And now keep in mind, these 4 ages recycle itself. So when we say that man is 70, 80,000 years old, we're not saying that that's the beginning of man. That's just the beginning of man in this inhabitable age. But man existed in previous habitable ages, thousands, millions of years prior to our inhabitable age. See that? Let's go down, for example. And here's the cross comparison. Spring, summer, fall, winter. It's comparison to the 4 ages. And these 4 ages add up to 576,000 years. See that? So again, these are the mathematics. These are the timetables of prophecy, because it's giving you measurements of time of celestial bodies. Measurements of time when celestial bodies are created, inhabited, dissipated. Oahspe gives you that. And then it also lets you understand what celestial age a planet is in or a celestial body is in. So like, for example, the sun is in the first age, the time of creation, because it's a global fire. The earth is in the inhabitable age, which would be the second age, because it's inhabitable for animal and man and mortals. Now, a planet like Mars, which would be considered a barren, would be considered in the third age. It's a desolate planet, right? And then a supernova, a dissipated star, would be considered the fourth age, when a star dissipates, or basically it just completely dries out and wait to be started over in the first age, the time of creation. Just like winter, when the trees completely die out, there's no life. When you look at the heart in the dead of winter, ain't no life in them trees. Ain't no leaves. That shit got to wait around till spring, and then you start seeing the leaves blossom. So it's the same thing with the planet. The planet goes through a dead stage where nothing can generate, it's just out. And then a cycle roll around the time of creation, and then the process starts all over again. Mm-hmm. So this verse right here, in the book of Oahspe, son of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 3. Let me zoom in on that real quick. Right? This verse right here is going to explain this chart, this graph. He says, and I examined the records of the stars of heaven and of the earth and the accounts of Jehovah's harvest. And I perceived the bondage and labor of the red star, which is the earth, were of the 7th magnitude in the advance of habitable worlds. Now, 7th magnitude, right? Now, keep in mind, I just told you that the earth goes through 4 stages and it recycles itself. So it's saying we're in the 7th recycling of the 4 ages right here. So the first age, remember I told you the 4 ages add up to 576,000 years, 144,000 years an age, right? So you have 576,000 years, which completes 4 ages. So that's like saying spring, summer, fall, winter. When you add up those months, the amount of months or the number of days for it, boom. So that's what we say. So spring has 3 months. Spring has 3 months. Summer has 3 months. Fall has 3 months, and winter has 3 months. Right? Giving you what? Giving you a total of 12 months. So it's the same thing. The time of creation is 144,000 years. The time of inhabitation is 144,000 years. The time of bearingness is 144,000 years. And the time of dissipation and dissolution is 144,000 years, giving you a total of 576,000 years. And then the cycle recycles itself in another cycle, so in another orbit. So as you see the first garden or the first magnitude, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. We're in the seventh. This is where we're at right now. We're in the seventh magnitude. So in this magnitude, we're in the second age, the inhabitable age. And we're 80,000 years within the inhabitable age as mortals. Since the creation of man to our present time is 80,000 years. But look at the previous gardens going prior to that. Look at the previous gardens. So between these two gardens, when you go back to 6 and 5, there go your million right there. See, 15 million, then there 2 million. You see what I'm saying? So man has been on the planet millions of years, but inhabited at different times. Man just ain't exist on the planet one consecutive time. Man went extinct. Man was produced again. So someone said, well, how? No, ain't no how. Think of the 4 ages. You know, when that tree is bearing and can't produce nothing in winter, and then when it starts to warm up, next thing you know, fruits is from that tree. How did that happen? That's where you got to acknowledge Creator. Only Creator do that. How can Creator take a dead tree and bear fruit? How can Creator take a dead tree and bear fruit unless that tree has a cycle it goes through? So the Oahspe is showing you on a grander scale that the planets go through 4 ages, just like the 4 seasons. And each season that the earth is inhabitable enough to sustain animal life, man is produced again. Man is living on the planet in habitable time, and then he goes into extinction. The same way, the fruit tree, when summer ends and fall rolls around, ain't no more fruit trees being produced because the tree is going into an extinction phase. It's not extinct forever. It's just extinct for now until the time roll back around to get the next harvest from next year. See that? We ain't the harvest from last year. We a new breed. So again, it says the 7th magnitude in the advanced habitable world. That's the 7th magnitude in the advanced habitable world. A sum is a magnitude. So look, 7th magnitude equal 3,600,000 years from the 1st magnitude. So 3,600,000 years since the 1st magnitude. So that alone is telling you that man is over 3 million years old, just with that alone. Because the first magnitude, man was created, inhabited, and went extinct. And then man was created in the 2nd magnitude, inhabited, and went extinct, and so forth. Now we're the 7th stock. We're the 7th magnitude. And we're on the planet, living on it, and it's going to get to a point where we're going to become extinct to the planet. And it's nothing spooky. It's a natural cosmic law from the Creator. It's not the end of the world when the fruit tree stop bearing and fall. At the ending of summer, and you get that last set of fruits that's on that fruit tree. You don't start boo-hooing and crying in front of the tree. It ain't the end of the world. You know that, okay, well, next year I'm going to get a next batch of fruit. See that? The same rules apply with the human stock. We're going to go extinct, and then there's going to be a next set of human stocks in the next garden or the next magnitude. See that? And that's it with the 4 ages within. Now, this orbit is the orbit of the solar system. The solar system has an orbit around the Milky Way galaxy. And as it orbits around the Milky Way galaxy, the Earth goes through these 4 ages: time of creation, inhabitation, dissipation. Not only the Earth, any celestial body that can sustain and go through these 4 ages. So we're in the 7th garden right now. We got one more garden, the 8th garden, and then we start the clock all over again. See that? Those are the 4 ages within the magnitudes or the sun. Each 4 of those balls is 144,000 years, giving you a total of 576,000 years for each magnitude, each sum. So this first sum is 576,000 years, broken down to 144,000 years of divided by 4. That's how you get that 576,000. See that? See, we got math we playing with over here. Oahspe gives you mathematics to play with. Not no goofy numbers either. We ain't dealing with no goofy numbers like 6,000 years or 144 hours, 6 24-hour periods. We're dealing with some grandeur numbers. You know, that's the creation process, the inhabitable age, the time of bearingness, and a time of dissipation. Those are the 4 ages. It's a chart, an example, or the 4 ages. Mm-hmm. See that? And look, Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 2. And Jehovah caused the earth and her family of the sun, the solar system, to travel in an orbit. See that? The circuit of which requires of them 4,700,000 years. And he placed in the line of the orbit at distances of 3,000 years Etherian lights, which are your arc cycles. So it says one orbit of the solar system is 4,700,000 years. Look at the numbers we're dealing with here in Oahspe. One orbit. The same way the Earth orbits the sun in 365 days, the sun orbits the Milky Way galaxy in 4,700,000 years based off the Oahspe. So even so, look at the numbers we're dealing with compared to the Bible. We're not dealing with no 6,000 and the 6,000 years ago, we can show historically where man was at 6,000 years ago. If you're going to use the 6,000 year marker, right? Because they tell you that God created the heavens and the earth in 6,000 years. So let's go with that. Let's go with that narrative. That's who we'll be. That's where we at. If God created the heavens and the earth in 6,000 years, and the creation starting point is 3761 BC, 3761 BC to 2761 BC would be one day. That'll be the first day when God divided the light from darkness. That would have took place 3761 BC to 2761 BC. That would have been the first day, the first 1,000 years. But look what's going on historically during this time period. See that? That's off. Oahspe is giving you millions of years to play with, to show you how grandeur the time scale is. We're not dealing with no short gaps. Look, one arc cycle is 3,000 years. And the whole creation of the Bible is a 6,000 year time period, less than that. 5784 is where we at. You got 216 years before you get to 6,000 years. You didn't even get to 6,000 years. One arc cycle is 3,000 years. 2 arc cycles is 6,000 years in the Oahspe. We're in the 25th arc cycle. So it shows you the difference. Now look, the orbit of the solar system is 4,700,000 years. That's one orbit, right? The inhabitable age for humans on the planet is 144,000 years. Now the 144,000 years is broken down into 2 halves. 72,000 years is the first half. Then you got another 72,000 years. And then it gives you a total of 144,000 years. And 24 arc cycles of 3,000 years give you 72,000 years. 48 arc cycles of 3,000 years give you 144,000 years. See, we got this shit broken down mathematically. Mathematically, it gives you a breakdown. So, for example, this is like the solar system right here. And this is the Milky Way galaxy. This is the orbit of the sun. This is with the sun going around. And within these lights, these measurements, these are the arc cycles, these measurements of time. When angels roll up, they see these measurements, they see these arcs. They can read the arc cycle, they can read the measurement, they can see, oh, this is where man at. Man is at this particular time. Angels are at this particular time. All this is broken down mathematically using the arc cycles. So you got the next half of the 72,000 years. So right here, we're at this point right here. We're at the midway mark of the inhabitable age. We got another 72,000 years and less before man becomes extinct to the planet. But that's just some of the information from the Oahspe showing you like, yo, when we do Battle of the Holy Books, we got way more shit that makes sense to play with than following a 6-day creation story where God created the heavens and the earth in 144 hours, or God created the heavens and the earth in 6,000 years. If God created the heavens and the earth right? Look at that. Look at that. First day of creation, 3761 BC. Second day of creation, Old Kingdom. This was going on historically when God is creating the heavens and the earth. So it's like, come on, yo. Look at that. Look at that. Let's zoom in on this. On the first day of creation, when God said, let there be light, from 3761 BC to 2761 BC, it was the Nakata culture, the early dynastic period of Egypt. That was going on when God said, let there be light. Since you deal with the 6,000 year period, because you're cut either way, even if you don't agree with this 3761 BC, if you're measuring that we've been on the planet no less than 6,000 years, it's going to bring you right back to that same time period. So either way, you're still stuck. If you admit that the earth is 6,000 years old, or less, with basically 5784, because that's the year the Jewish calendar is in right now. 5784 is the Jewish calendar year. And all you niggas who follow the Israelite doctrine or the Judean doctrine, Judaism, y'all got to submit to that date. And if you submit to that date, you got to submit to this right here. Day 2, creation of the firmament. When God created heaven. Now, a lot of people don't know God created heaven on the second day of creation. That's when he created heaven. The firmament is the heaven. So the creation of heaven took place 2761 BC to 1761 BC. Historically, this is the old middle kingdom of Egypt. So when God was creating heaven, the old kingdom was flourishing. The middle kingdom, Moses was around this time. Yeah, this is when Israel is sojourning in Egypt. Israel is sojourning in Egypt this around. When God created heaven, Israel is sojourning in Egypt. This is Battle of the Holy Books now. This is what you got to contend with. This is what you got to contend with. Oahspe placed the creation of Asu, Adam, 78,000 years ago. 78. So 78,000 years ago compared to 6,000 years ago is a major difference. It's a major difference. This is the Battle of the Holy Books. We gotta let the books tell it. So the third day, if you're dealing with 6,000 years, on the third day, God created dry land. God created grass, herbs, fruit trees on the third day. 1,000 years, from 1761 BC to 761 BC. That's the third day. And what took place on the third day historically? The New Kingdom of Egypt, third intermediate period of Egypt, the Greek Dark Ages. That's what's taking place. When God created God created dry land on the third day. So if God created dry land on the third day, what was the Egyptians walking on when they was ruling in the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom? See how silly it sounds? But nonetheless, this is the story, and this is the time period of 6,000 years. Third day of creation, dry land, grass, herbs, fruits, trees. Historically was flourishing as the New Kingdom, third intermediate period of Egypt, the Greek Dark Ages. The rise, the Mycenaeans and Minoans is on the scene around this time. The Etruscans pop up. The Etruscans pop up on the scene around the 9th century BC, Common Era, before Common Era. And on the fourth day, God created the sun, moon, and stars. From 761 BC to 239 AD, Common Era, is when the fourth day took place, which is 1,000 years. So God created the sun, moon, and stars in the year 761 BC. And what took place within this 1,000 years of the fourth day, the Assyrians, Babylonian captivity of Israel take place. When God is creating the sun, moon, and stars, his chosen people are going into captivity. This is what you got to contend with. This is battle of the holy books. If you say the Torah is right and exact, if you stand on Torah, if you stand on Tanakh, this is what you got to contend with. Yeah, you know this shit ain't right and exact, but you got to eat this because this is what you stand on. We don't stand on this. We expose it because we understand that this came from a false God who gave you a false narrative and a false sense of time. And then the fifth day, the creation of animals. Look who's on the scene. Look at the time period, 239 Common Era to 1239 Common Era. The Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. So when God is creating animals, the Romans are ruling. The Byzantine Empire is thriving. All this is taking place before man is created, according to the biblical narrative of 6,000 years of creation. Day 6, creation of humans. Now, this is when man is created. Although I just ran down the history of humans historically, but now man is being created. Man is created 1239 Common Era to 2239 Common Era. 2239 is the future. We ain't even got there yet. But this is the 6th day. Because like I told you, 5784 is where they at right now. 5784 is 2024. You got 216 years before you get to 2239. So we ain't even complete the 6th day yet. We're really still in the 5th day because it's 5784. 5,000th year, 784. Yeah, so we're really still in the 5th day. But the 5th day, with the 6th day, is when man is created. 1239 Common Era, right? And what's taking place around this time? The transatlantic slave trade. 1600s, niggas going into slavery. 2024, present time, that's where we're at right now. So on the 6th day, when God created man, historically, man was going through slavery. God created man and put his ass right into slavery. Yo, look at that. If the 6th day is 1239 Common Era to 2239 Common Era, God created man and threw his ass right into captivity, right after creation. Threw his ass right out the garden and put him on them slave boats. See how silly that shit sound? See how silly it sound? Then you got the 7th day when God rests. So God is going to rest for 1,000 years from 2239 Common Era to 3239 Common Era. That's the future date when God is going to rest and the Sabbath. We don't even have a Sabbath yet, because the Sabbath is on the 7th day. We haven't even reached the Sabbath day of creation yet. The Sabbath day of creation is going to begin 2239 Common Era. That's when the 7th day begins. We ain't made it to the 7th day yet. We're 216 days away from the 7th day. I'm showing you how the biblical timeline is completely off. Whether if you use 6,000 years as the narrative, as you see here, or whether if you use 24-hour days as the narrative. Now, if you use 24-hour days as the narrative, this is the chart we're going to look at for the 24-hour day narrative. Let me get to it. So if God created the heavens and the earth in 24 hours, that means Adam existence would have been 3761 BC. That would have been the birth of Adam. The birth of Adam would have been 3761 BC on the 24-hour time period. But the birth of Adam on a 6,000 year time period would have been 1239 Common Era. That's when Adam would have been created. Those are your two differences. See, we got you either way. So here's Adam's date. If Adam was born, if the heavens and the earth was created in a 24-hour period, Adam would have been created 3761 BC. That would have been the birth of Adam. Right? This would have been the birth. You know what? Let me double up the chart real quick. Hold up. You know I like to double up. Side by side is joint. Let me put it side by side. Still scaring. Make sure I'm still sharing. Right? Where we at with it? Yeah, with it. Huh? All right. Okay, well, that's where we at with it. So check it. Let me find it real quick. Let me go back to that chart. Right here, right? All right, so check it, right? Now this is the 6th day, right here. So if we use 6,000 years as the measurement, Adam would have been created 1239 Common Era. That's when Adam would have been created right here. If we use 24 hours as the creation narrative, Adam would have been born 3761 BC. So Adam would have been born here. Adam lived to be 930 years. So Adam would have lived from 3761 BC right here, 3761 BC to 2831 BC before Common Era. That would have been the existence of Adam from 3761 BC to 2831 BC. So Adam would have lived during the time of Narmer. He would have lived during the time of the Nakata period, the Ubaid period of ancient Sumer. He would have been around during the pre-dynastic period. So that shows you that this is off too. Whether if you agree that the earth is 6,000 years, Adam would have been created in the year 1239 AD, or if you go with the 24-hour period, he would have been born 3761 BC and would have died 2831 BC. So both narratives is false, whether if you go with 6,000 years or if you go with 24-hour day narrative. So now keep in mind, Adam, hold on, let me do the math on this shit. Adam would have been born 1239 Common Era, right? 1239. And if he would have lived 930 years, what's that? 2169? 2169. That's the year Adam would have died. So if Adam was created in 1239 AD, he would have died in 2169 AD, right? So if Adam was created according to the 6,000 year narrative on the 6th day, and we count from 3761 BC, coming 5,000 years down the line from there, we get to 1239 AD. 1239 AD, Adam is formed, Adam is created, God creates man on the 6th day. Adam is created. So what is that telling you, family? Adam should be walking the earth right now. If Adam was created in 1239, Common Era, and he's going to live for 930 years, in 2024, Adam should be walking the earth right now. Adam should be walking the earth right now in 2024. Matter of fact, Adam would be 785 years old right now. From 1239 Common Era to 2024, if Adam was created, then he'll be 785 years old right now. Ain't damn nigga walking the earth that's 785 years old right now. But keep in mind, this is the narrative. I'm not making this shit up. When you put the math to the dates, you're going to see exactly what I'm showing you. Do it yourself. See that? God gave you a brain to use. Nigga, put the mathematics, get you some pen and paper, make you your charts, and make it make sense. Because look, 3761 BC is the day of creation. I didn't make that shit up. That's documented in Yale University College. That's where they got it from. How many times I got to pull that shit up? Let me pull it up again. Look at that. Date of creation. See what it say. You know what? Right there. See, look, they even gave you a Roman month to go with it. They gave you the Roman month of October. They didn't even give you the Hebrew month. Look at that. They didn't even give, the Jewish calendar is using the Roman date, not even the Hebrew month. But now, look, there you go, 3761 BC. They're telling you that this is when creation started. See that? They telling you that. So when you put that on the time chart, 3761 BC, and you start counting 1,000 years down with the dates, you're going to come to the same conclusion I did. That if you start from 3761 BC, and if man was created on the 6th day, that'll bring you to 1239 Common Era. 1239 Common Era would be the date that man is created. Let us make man in our image after our likeness. God created them, male and female, created he them, Adam, in the day that they were created. That was done in 1239 AD if you use the 6,000 day narrative or 1,000-year narrative. And Adam, from 1239 to 2024, Adam would be walking the earth 785 years old right now. We should be able to go visit Adam right now. Adam should be somewhere in the garden of Iraq on top of a monastery, and the world should be like, look, the first father, Adam, is right there. He's 785 years old. If this was the 6th day, based off 1,000 years being a day, using the starting point of 3761 BC. Nigga, we got you either way. So in one breath, in this instance, you see the inconsistencies of time and dates. And if we use the 6-day narrative, literal days and 24-hour periods, if Adam was born in 3761 BC in that year, right? Because remember, 3761 BC is when God created the heavens and the earth in days. So it would have took him 144 hours, which is 6 days, using 24 hours as the measure. Adam would have been created in 3761 BC. And if he lived 930 years, he would have died 2831 BC. And it would have been the same thing with Narmer and them. Narmer would have been like, yo, all right, let's do the math on Narmer. So Narmer, 3761. So by the time Narmer was on the scene, Adam would have been 611 years. From 3761 BC to 3150 BC, when Narmer rise up on the scene to unite Upper and Lower Egypt, Adam would have been 611 years at this time. And it would have been the same thing. It should have been the monastery up on a mountain saying, hey, Narmer and them boys would have been like, hey, look, over in Iraq on the monastery mount, Adam is dead. He's 611 years old since the time of his creation. See that? It would have been the same argument with the same date if it was in 6,000 years. So again, the dates are off both ways. So you have a false sense of time dealing with the biblical narrative coming from creation. This is Battle of the Holy Books. Battle of the Holy Books. But in the Oahspe, right? In the Oahspe, man is created. Let me see if I can get another picture of the ox. In the Oahspe, man is created further back than 6,000 years. Niggas got to contend with 6,000 years. See that? Time is measured in arcs. Each one of these numbers are arcs. Time of creation, right? The time of the creation of the biblical creation is the 23rd arc cycle, right down here. The 23rd arc cycle, right here, down here. That's when God said, "Let there be light." 3761 BC. That's this time period. See where the earth is at in the 23rd arc? All that shit I just read about the biblical creation story, it took place here. That's when the starting point, 3761 BC. That's when the earth went into the 23rd arc cycle. That's 69,000 years after the creation of man for us. 69,000 years after the creation of man is the 23rd arc cycle. And at that time, from 3761 BC is when your God said, "Let there be light." That's when your creation account started. 69,000 years after the creation of man. See that? 3761 BC, creation of the Hebrew calendar. Again, this is the 23rd arc cycle. This is the 23rd arc cycle stretched out. The 23rd arc cycle is 2,400 years, called the Ark of Spita, from 3953 BC to 1553 BC of the length of the 23rd arc cycle. And within the 23rd arc cycle, you have your creation story being accounted for. And of course, the Oahspe exposed that this account was by false god Anu-Hasaj. The rise of Anu-Hasaj, for those who read the Oahspe, knows that your biblical god is Anu-Hasaj. You have no clue until you read the Oahspe that you are duped by this false god who created the 7-day creation story. He created that shit. This is the author of the 7-day creation story is Anu-Hasaj. And his scribes is Osiris, Sudga, and Tian. You have to read the Oahspe to know that. And it lines up with history. It lines up with the very same time period that these accounts historically came about. Keep in mind, your God created the heavens and the earth in 3761 BC. This false God rises up on the scene 3753 BC. 200 years after the arc cycle begins. This false God Anu-Hasaj rise up. Battle of 1,000 years to take over the lower heavens and the earth for his personal dominion and gain. And proclaiming himself Lord God, Most High Creator. That's what he proclaimed, Anu-Hasaj. This is the root and cause of your biblical problem. This guy right here. When you read the Oahspe, he gives you the 7-day creation story. He gives you the story of Noah. He gives you the story of Shem, Ham, and Japheth as being people. He gives you the flood account, the false narrative. All twisting the truth. Noah being a man, having children of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, he's behind that. Because you remember, Noah is the name of an arc cycle as shown here. Noah is not a person, but the name of an arc cycle as shown here. And it's the 17th arc cycle. And we look what it states. Time of the flood or the sinking of Pan. This is when the flood took place. 17th arc cycle, at the beginning of the 17th arc cycle. So from the first arc cycle to the beginning of the 17th arc cycle is when the flood took place, called the Ark of Noah. 48,000 years from the creation of man and 24,000 years from our present time. See that? The flood of Noah was 24,000 years ago. The flood of Noah, according to the Bible, would have took place 2106 BC. See that? 2106 BC compared to 22553 BC is a big gap and a big difference. So we're showing you that the biblical time period is way off because there was no flood in the year 2106 BC. There's no worldwide flood. Here's the 23rd and the 24th arc cycle side by side. So from 1553 BC to 1848 Common Era. This is the Ark of Spita. This is the Ark of Ban. And this is the whole time period of the Hebrew Israelites. For the creation, all going there right here. To the time of the flood, Abraham, Moses, to Jesus, all right here between these two arc cycles. Your whole existence, your whole history, you want to talk about prophecy, all that's within this time frame right here. The 23rd and the 24th arc cycle for us. All that right there. We're going to talk about Moses now. All right, perfect example. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about when God came to Moses. You remember? Now this is the biblical timeline we're looking at. They put Moses around the 12th century BC. So Moses got the Tanak, the Torah, during the New Kingdom of Egypt. We know this is off, but they, according to the Bible, they placed Moses in the New Kingdom. In the Oahspe, they placed Moses at the ending of the Middle Kingdom, which makes more sense. But go with the biblical narrative, because they say they built treasure houses for Ramses. Ramses is the New Kingdom. So now we're placing them according to their timeline, because it's off, but we're going to use their timeline. Moses is during 1254 BC. That's the time of Moses, right? 12th century BC. God gives Moses the Torah, or like y'all like to say, the first 5 books, or let's just stick with Genesis for now. God gives Moses Genesis. Now, Moses is speaking about the creation that took place 3761 BC. Let me do the math on that real quick. Started from 1254 BC, because that's when Moses would have existed. That would have been the time of Moses. Right there, right? So 2,500, Moses is speaking about an event that took place 2,507 years before his time. So how is Moses talking about God creating the heavens and the earth and he ain't there? How can Moses be talking about God creating the heavens and the earth in 6 days and it took place 2,507 years before him? So how is he talking about a history that predates him? How is Moses talking about the flood of Noah? According to this date, 2106. How is Moses talking about the flood of Noah when it took place 852 years before his existence? Where did Moses get the historicity of the flood of Noah? Where did Moses get the historicity of the creation account? There is no previous text. There is no previous sources about Abraham. There are no previous sources about the flood of Noah. There are no previous sources about the creation story prior to Moses. So where did Moses get it from? In 1254 BC, during the New Kingdom. He's living under Pharaoh. Where did Moses get these stories from? About Abraham, about a creation story. While in return, the Egyptians got their own creation narrative. Moses come with a whole new narrative of creation. He ain't talking about Geb laid on his back. He ain't talking about Noon being a cosmos. Moses talking about something totally different. So where did he get it from? This is what you hold these niggas accountable to, family. The same way they try to say, well, who is Thor in the Oahspe? Who is Apollo? Who was Osiris? Yeah. Who was Abraham, nigga? Who was Adam and Eve? Because if Moses don't have no previous sources where he got it from, where did he get it from? You know where he got it from? He got it from God, as I explained earlier. From the libraries. God told the nigga the shit. God told him about Abraham. God told him about the flood. God told him about the creation story, right? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God told Moses that, right? In 1254 BC is when God is telling him about an event that took place 2,507 years before his existence. See how that worked? I'm going to pin you niggas down in these bear traps, boy. You niggas ain't got no legs to stand on fucking with Sila Shalom. When you put this shit on the timeline, it ends everything. It ends everything. Their creation begins in 3761 BC. This is the 23rd off cycle for us. This is 69,000 years after the creation of our Adam, when your God begins creation. 69,000 years after. This is the 23rd off cycle. Let's go back up to the chart. This is the 23rd off cycle. You see this chart? You see it say 23? You see the earth in the 23rd off? See that? Look at the previous histories going back until we get to the beginning. Look, this is the time of the flood. Look, this is the 10th arc cycle, the first era of civilization. The first era of civilization took place in the 10th arc cycle, while your God is now beginning the heavens and the earth in the 23rd arc cycle. See that? We got you beat either way. Either way. Our creation story is way back here. Y'all should start down when Egypt is rising on the scene. Y'all should start when Egypt is rising on the scene. See that? Old Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, all that shit right here. Your whole history is encompassed in 2 arc cycles. Remember, an arc cycle is 3,000 years. So here are 2 arc cycles. This is the 23rd arc cycle and the 24th arc cycle. This will be 6,000 years. Their creation story from the creation to our present time is not even 6,000 years. It's 5,784 years. You have 216 years before you get to 6,000 years as a complete. Before you get to the 6th day. Niggas ain't even supposed to be walking the earth right now. It ain't supposed to be no humans on the earth right now. It should just be animals being created at this point. Because we're in the 5th day. 5th day would be the 5,000th year. And we're 784 years within the 5th day using the Jewish calendar. Come on, family. That's easy work, yo. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all getting this understanding, family. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all getting this understanding, family. This is easy work. Easy work, Aya. Let me see them vortex. Throw them vortices up in there. So what we're showing you, this is battling holy books. Showing you timetables of prophecy, showing you timeline, time periods. If the timeline is off, nigga, the prophecy is going to be off. The prophecy is a guesswork. How many times these Hebrew Israelites been guessing prophecy? In the year 2000, they said the shit was gonna happen then. Ain't nothing happened. We 24 years in. 2012, niggas, all type of prophecies niggas be claiming. Each president is the Antichrist. Every time a president comes in, he the Antichrist. From Bush to goddamn Obama, all these niggas was the Antichrist. Using the same, recycling the same old ass prophecies. It's a blood clot vibes. Now, right, is the second sun behind the sun. Well, the sun is subjected to the Milky Way galaxy. That's the vortex. That's the master vortex that the sun is subjected to. But there's vortices within vortices within vortices within vortices. There's clusters of vortices. So even when you look at the Milky Way galaxy, and the sun is a small little spot, that vortex is a small little spot within the Milky Way galaxy. But you have clusters of billions of vortices, sun-like planets, sun-like solar systems, I should say, within the Milky Way galaxy. Now, the way it worked, if the sun, as we know the sun, if the sun decides, if the creator decides to say, you know what, I'm going to let the sun become an inhabitable world. For that to happen, the sun, right, will have to be subjected now to a greater vortex than its own. Because when that sun goes into a second phase, when Jaja rains down Simu on the sun, when Jaja rains down Sibu on the sun, and then that sun goes into its mineral stage, and then its vegetable stage, and its animal kingdom, from Simu to the vegetable, from Simu to the mineral kingdom, to the vegetable kingdom, to the animal kingdom. When the sun gets to the animal kingdom, that's one sun will be subjected to a sun, while our sun will be an inhabitable world. So when that takes place, it will already been engulfed in another vortex where there's a light source, which would be the sun. And that sun, that our once was sun is now an inhabitable world is subjected to, that sun has the potential to become an inhabitable world. And so that cycle continues. Each sun is a potential inhabitable world. Because that's the first stage of any celestial body for the potential of inhabitable worlds. Yeah. That's right. So you remember the Oahspe say the earth was once a globe of fire. So the earth was once shining like a sun, right? But then if that was the case, if the earth was once shining like a sun and you had the moon subjected to the earth orbiting it. So if the moon was once a globe of fire and the moon was orbiting it, who's to say the moon would have been an inhabitable world while the earth was a ball of fire? I'm showing you the probabilities of how the four ages work and function in creation. How it's all glued and amalgamated once you understand the function. So we're in the inhabitable age right now, but the earth was once a globe of fire. The sun right now is a globe of fire. So if we understand the four ages, we would understand that same sun that's a globe of fire now has the potential to become an inhabitable world, just like we have right now. If you was to tell a nigga that the earth was once a globe of fire like the sun, oh man, that's some bullshit, no way. Not knowing that there's a process to creation. It's a blood clot vibe, run the rhythm. Yes, family. If I remember correct, Jesus said he is the second Adam in the Bible. Would that change the timeline? Now, see, all that first Adam, second Adam, those are the words of Paul, really. Paul is the one who really came with these concepts of a terrestrial and a celestial Adam. Basically, he's just talking about that, the first Adam was of the flesh, the second Adam was of the spirit. They're really just talking about the physical and spiritual body. That's what Paul is trying to demonstrate. You see what I'm saying? But Paul wasn't taught under Yeshua. You know what I'm saying? Paul came with his own doctrine. You know, he had a vision that he encountered Jesus, and then he started preaching without checking in with the real bruise, the brother Jesus James, who was leading the campaign. But yeah, that timeline, that wouldn't even make sense either. The whole timeline is off. See, the timeline is off because it starts at 3761 BC. So regardless what you got historically, it's off because it's a false sense of time. It's a false narrative of time. That's why when these Hebrews talk about prophecy, they can't give you a date to none of these prophecies. They can't tell you when it's going to happen. Nobody knows except the Father. Not even the angels know. So you're going to be wishful thinking for the rest of your life. Well, in the Oahspe, Judge, I say, no, there's rules to prophecy. There's absolute rules to this thing. And they're based off arc cycles and measurements of time. When you get the proper time and measurements, then you can narrate it better. My boy Lucy in the building. Peace, God. Go check out the inconsistencies. Quran 229, Quran 79. Okay, you got some Quranic vibes. See what I go on. What we have here? Look at this, Surah 229. It is He who created for you all of that which is on the earth. Then He directed Himself to the heaven, His being above all creation, and made them 7 heavens, and He is known of all things. Yup, you got the 7 heavens. See that? Jibril told you, nigga, there's 7 heavens. Right? See that? But this is the same picky. Jibril is piggybacking off of the works of Luamong and later on Baal and back to Anu-Hassaj. He just put his twist on it now. The 7 steps of Kala, or the 7 heavenly mountains in the first heaven. Because in the first heaven, there's 7 heavenly mountains. Over in Tibet and Eastern, over there in them regions. What's the next verse you have put up? All right, let's get it. Let's get it. See that? Now we in this battle of the holy books. Now we in the Quran with it. See that? Now we in the Quran exposing that the Quran supports the biblical creation with a twist. This is Surah 79:27. Are you more difficult creation or is the heavens? Allah constructed it. See that? Verse 28. He raised its ceiling and proportioned it. Verse 29. And He darkened its night and extracted its brightness. Verse 30. After that, He spread the earth. See that? This is the Quran. This is Jibril giving his vague accounts of creation. Yeah, we'll hop into that Quran too. Sure to do the Quran support the 7-day creation story. Look what it states. The Quran states that Allah created the heavens and the earth and are all that is in between them in 6 days. Surah 754. Let's get that. 754. Uh-oh, we on their head. We on their head. Battle of the Holy Books. We in the Quran now. Surah 754. Surely your Lord, is none other than Allah. Hold up. Hold up. Your Lord is none other than Allah. Wait a minute. Let's go into Oahspe. Let's precept that real quick. You know where we're going with it. You know where we're going, Cosmo. You know where we're going with it. Let's go get it. Let's get it right here. There you go. Look at this. And God shall appoint chiefs under him. God shall appoint chiefs under him, who will go down and dwell on the earth with certain mortals. And these chiefs shall be with mortals for their resurrection. Here we go, right here. And these chiefs shall be called lords, for they are gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commission gods. So in the Quran, you have surely your Lord is none other than Allah. Allah in the Quran is claiming to be Lord, while in return, a Lord is defined as a land god. A Lord is a land god. Gods of land. El-Lahib of land, God of land. And it's the lowest rank. Allah is the lowest rank, but they don't know this. Because if you was to ask a Muslim, what is the Lord? They ain't gonna have no answer. They're gonna give you some roundabout. They're not gonna tell you this. They're not gonna tell you that the Lord is a God of land. That's why in the Bible, Adam is walking through the garden. I mean, God is walking through the garden. Let's get that. Let's precept that. This is Battle of the Holy Books. This is Battle of the Holy Books. We're putting it all on the table. Let's get Adam walking through the garden. When is Adam walking through the garden? Why is Adam walking through if you walking through a garden, you a land god. What verse is it Adam was walking through the garden? Hold on. Right there. You can see the screen? Let me share my screen. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen. Now look. Let me come back. Now look what it say here. Surah 754. Surely your Lord is none other than Allah. Boom. We got it right there. We got Allah claiming to be a Lord. We read from the Bible. What is a Lord? A Lord is what? And these chiefs shall be called lords, for they are gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commissioned God. So a Lord is a God of land. What does Bible say? What does Bible say? Genesis 3:8. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said, and then they go forth with the discussion, right? But nonetheless, a Lord is a land god. And here you have the Lord dealing with Adam within the garden as a land god. Gods of land. What the surah says, surely your God is none other than Allah. So we clear that Allah is a Lord. So if you're a Lord, you're a low-ranking angel. Again, surely your Lord is none other than Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. There you go. And then ascended the throne, who causes the night to cover the day, and then the day swiftly pursues the night. Who created the sun and the moon and the stars, making them all subservient to his command? Lo, his is the creation and his is the command. Blessed is Allah, the Lord of the universe. Now, blessed is Allah. He's the Lord of the universe. Now, when we go to Bible, when we go back to Genesis, when we go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, verse 4, This is the very first reference that God is referenced as Lord. These are the generations of the heavens, which are the universe, and of the earth, and they were created in the days that the Lord God made them, made the earth and the heavens. So here's the term Lord God used for the very first time in the Bible. And if you notice, the Quran supports the 6-day creation. Now look at that. Even the Quran didn't say 6,000 years. It says, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days? Do I need to pull up the map of 6 days? Let me pull up the map of 6 days, family. This is the map of 6 days right here. So we on the Quran head now. Battle of the Holy Books. Now we on the Quran. We in the Quran. The Quran is supporting the 6-day creation story, which is found in Bible. So if the Quran supports 6-day creation, their narrative is just as false. Because what did Quran say? Surely your Lord, who is none other than Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Here goes 6 days right here. This is 6 days. The first day, 24 hours. The second day, 48 hours. The third day, 72 hours. The fourth day, 96 hours. The fifth day, 120 hours. And the sixth day, 144 hours. So that means Allah created the heavens and the earth in 144 hours. Because it supports a day right here. 6 days. There you go. And look what it says right here. Look what it says in verse 40. It says, the word day in the above verse has been used either in the usual sense of 24 hours, unit of time, or in a more general sense of period of time, such as the following verses of the Quran. So even here, it's letting you know that this possibility of 24 hours is there. A 24-hour unit of time. See that? Even Jibril didn't think this over before putting his Quran together, or the Hadiths and then the Quran. Even Jibril got it wrong. He was so furiated with Luamung that he ain't properly analyzed his doctrine. He just wanted to get back at Luamung. And then it says here in the Hadith, verily a day in the sight of the Lord is like 1,000 years of your reckoning. Now, where did they get that from? That came from Bible. But let's say that this is true. If a day is into like 1,000 years, then we go right back to the chart of 1,000 years. Like I say, either or. You still in a run. I got you, either or. They go to 6,000 year measurement right there. A day being 1,000 years. All right, let's use that. But look where that places you historically, because we got a beginning point, 3761 BC. The Quran just admitted that they followed the 6-day creation story. The 6-day creation story has a beginning point, 3761 BC, the Jewish calendar. We're in the year 5784. So now we have you in our goddamn web. We got you in our bear trap. Quran, Bible, it don't matter. We got you here. So if the Quran admits of 1,000-day creation tale and man was created on the 6th day, it falls right back into man being created in the year 1239 Common Era. And the ending of the 6th day would be 2239 Common Era. So man should be being created now. If we're in the year 2024, Adam is 785 years old right now, using the Quran and using Bible, 1,000 year measurement of time. So we got these niggas hook, line, and sinker. Look at this one. Okay. And the angels of the Spirit ascended unto him on a day, the measure of which is 50,000 years. For further explanation, see, that's another part. So now they talking about 50,000 years. 50,000 years. See that? Niggas all over the place. It is quite difficult to appreciate fully the exact nature of the Quranic statement, Allah ascends the throne. One possibly is that after the creation of the universe, God focused his effulgence at a particular point in his kingdom, which is known as the throne. Now, let's go back to that. Look at that. It did say Allah ascended the throne. Uh-oh. We may got one. Where that was at? Right here. Let's go back up. Right here. Right here. It's over. Look at it say. Look what it say. Surely your Lord is none other than Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Then ascended his throne. Then ascended his throne. Allah got a throne. Let's be correct now. What is a throne? That's the throne right there. Allah ascended the throne. He got a hind part. Allah got a hind part. Because it says that he ascended the throne. And then ascended the throne. Now, watch this. Let me get a precept from the Oahspe. Then ascended the throne. They go with throne. Remember, they God sit on the throne. Let's get the God sitting on the throne. Let's get their God sitting on the throne. Right there. They go their God sitting on the throne. You see it. They try to say Allah's invisible. No, we got him sitting on the throne. He's ascended the throne. And then ascended his throne. Boom, there go the throne. Now that's how it will look with a God sitting on the throne. Now let's go into the Oahspe. Let me find it real quick. Let's go to Allah in the Oahspe and show you how this nigga ascended the throne in the Oahspe. Got him, hook, line, and sinker. Where we at with it? Where we at with it? Got him, hook, line, and sinker. Watch this. Yes, sir. What this is in the Oahspe, the Book of Esther, 49. Look at this says, the origin of Mohammedanism, which is Islam, right here in the Oahspe. See, if you niggas talking about the Oahspe, but if you was wise and smart, you'll learn this shit so you could be sharper and even come for us, but you can't because we got you niggas hook, line, and sinker. But now, remember what the Quran said. Remember what the Quran said. Surah 754. Surely your Lord is none other than Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and then ascended his throne. So now, got the throne, got the God sitting on the throne. Let's get in the Oahspe where this nigga is sitting on the throne. When this nigga Jibril made himself Allah. Now look at Jibril. This is Jibril talking, right? This is the same Gabriel who came to Muhammad. Verse 49-20. But Jibril received no reply to his message. And so, in course of time, he called together 10,000 angel warriors and then assembled in a place called Kalah Hored. The place of what? 7 steps in Haiti. Remember, we just showed you. Louis just brought that out. The 7 steps. What was that? Quran 229? Right there? What did that say? What did that say? This is Surah 229. Let's get it. We in the Quran now. Battle of the Holy Books. They can get it too. Surah 229. It is he who created for you all of that which is of the earth, which is on the earth. Then he directed himself to heaven. See that? He directed himself to heaven. His being above all creation. And made them what? 7 heavens. And he is known for all things. Now, when we go to the Oahspe, what does it say? But Jibril receiving no reply from Luamon, from his message. And so in course of time, he called together 10,000 angel warriors and then assembled in a place called Kalah Hored, the place of 7 steps in Haiti. Jibril spoke before them saying, so these 7 steps are the equivalent to these 7 heavens mentioned in Surah 229. This is what Jibril states. Here I will establish my kingdom of heaven and forever. I will show this false Christ what I can do. Mark you, the great power of a God is to establish a good foothold on the earth, and the natural increase will soon populate a heavenly kingdom. See that? Jibril know. He know what to do. Because Jibril was a warrior god for Luamon. So he know how to establish a good foothold on the earth. Right? And look what Jibril say. I will raise up a prophet, Muhammad, and seer of my own on the earth, and establish a new doctrine. This is Islam now in the Oahspe, showing you how Islam came about by Jibril. He said, I will establish a new doctrine among mortals. Behold, I have a sword that will cut to pieces Luamong, the false Christ kingdom on earth. For listen, in the old Egyptian libraries are books, tablets, and manuscripts that will show the perversity of the Constantine Bible. This is what Jabril is telling his angel host, how he going to disprove Luamong, right? Now look at this. Now, when I have established my prophet, I will cause mortal legions of Arabia to possess these libraries, especially Alexandria. And I will raise up mortal scholars who shall establish the truth of my prophet's doctrine, which is Muhammad, and the falsity of this false Christ doctrine. And I will thus overturn his earthly kingdom and possess all these mortal regions myself to be mine forever. And if you notice, Jabril definitely got Arabia or Arabia on smash with Islam. Now check it this. Look at this. Here you go, right here. There you go. In that manner, the angel Jabril boasted, and he made the 10,000 his holy council. And from among them he appointed marshals, captains, generals, heralds, and officers in general. And they built a throne in heaven for Jabril, and called it the throne of Kala, Hored. And he went, ascended, and sat on it, and there crowned himself Jabril, Allah, God of heaven and earth. There you have it right there in the Oahspe. The Oahspe is exposing how Jabril styled himself Allah. The Allah in the Quran is Jabril. Look what it states. It states, they built a throne in heaven for Jabril. They built a throne in heaven for Jabril. Let me highlight just that. Right? They built a throne in heaven for Jabril. What does it say? And then ascended his throne. His angel servants created a throne for him. Surah 754 said, and then ascended his throne. What did the Oahspe say? They built a throne in Horeb. They built a throne in heaven for Jabril and called the throne of Kala Hored. And look what it says. He went and sat on it. That means he ascended the throne. He went and sat on it. What did the Quran say? And then ascended his throne. When he ascended his throne, what did he do? He sat his hind parts on it. There go the throne. There go him sitting his hind parts on the throne, proclaiming to be Allah. See, the Oahspe is decoding this shit. He sat on the throne, and then after he sat on the throne, then what? He went and sat on it, the throne, and then crowned himself Jabril. God, what is the word? The Arabic word for God? Allah. Jabril, Allah of heaven and earth. God of heaven and earth. What did he proclaim in Surah? Right here. Blessed is Allah, the Lord of the universe. See that? Who is Allah? Surely your Lord is none other than Allah, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. See that? What did the Oahspe say? He went and sat on it and then crowned himself Jabril, God of heaven and earth. And there you have it. We exposing the Surah. It's the same shit. What did this Surah say? Oh, the 7 steps? Yeah. Yeah, so there you have Allah sitting on the throne, just like the rest of the false gods sitting on the throne. And Allah supports the 7-day creation narrative. Who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days? So he supports the narrative. He's piggybacking off of Louis' work. Louis piggybacking off of Ball, and Ball piggybacking off of Anu. That's easy work right there, family. That's easy work. That's easy work. So the Quran will get that work too. It's the battle of the holy books. We got some more verses. Right there. Look at that. There it is. Hot. Burn the fire. And when you look at Surah 41:9, look at this one. And ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in one who created the earth in 2 days? And how can you set up equals with him? This is the Lord of all worlds. Now here it says, one who created the earth in 2 days. Now keep in mind in the Oahspe, you remember what he said? You remember what Jabril said up here? He says, I will raise up a prophet and a seer on the earth and establish a new doctrine among mortals. A new doctrine among mortals. This new doctrine got niggas talking about now in the Quran, one who created the earth in 2 days. How could he create the heavens and the earth? I mean, how can he create the earth in 2 days? When right here, he said, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days? Contradiction in the Quran. Shout out to Lucy. So not only do we find contradictions in the Bible, and contradictions could be in any book, to be honest, but it's to lessen the contradictions, to get more understanding of what common sense, more shit to make more common sense, more logistics, more logics. So if God is telling you in one breath he created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and then in another breath he's telling you he created the earth in 2 days, we have a contradiction. What else you got, Lucy? 41:12. Let's go to 41:12. Let's go to Surah. Surah 41:12. Surah. And we go to it. You know what I mean? It's crazy because I got what my Quran at. I got the green Quran. I got that since 96. It's been a minute since I cracked that thing open. Now look at this. This is Surah 41:12. So he formed the heaven into 7 heavens in 2 days. Look at that. He formed the heavens into 7 heavens in 2 days. Assigned to each its mandate. And we adorn the lowest heavens with stars like lamps for beauty and for protection. That is the design for the Almighty, all-knowing. Now keep in mind, this is Jabril saying, I will raise up a prophet and seer of my own on the earth and establish a new doctrine among mortals. This is a new doctrine saying that. So he formed the heavens. Look at that. So he formed the heavens into 7 heavens in 2 days. In 2 days, right? But when you read Genesis, right? When you go to Genesis, pay attention to Genesis chapter. Let's go to chapter 1. Now look, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, cool. Now chapter 2 is what starts the creation. Chapter 2 to chapter 5. Verse 2 to verse 5 in Genesis chapter 1. It describes the first day, right? Separating the light from the darkness. But look how the second day starts. And God said, let there be a firmament. So there was no firmament on the first day. There was no firmament. It said, let there be a firmament. There was no firmament created on the first day. God said, let there be light, and there was light. That's what God created on the first day, light. On the second day, God said, let there be a firmament. What is a firmament? What is a firmament? Let's scoot down to verse 8. And God called the firmament heaven. Heaven was created on the second day. Right here in the Bible. Right here. God said, let there be a firmament. Basically, let there be heavens. Let there be a heaven. But this was done on the second day, not the first day. So it's showing you that on the second day, God created heaven. But in the surah, so he created the heavens into 7 heavens in 2 days. So surah is saying there's 7 heavens. Jibril got them talking about the 7 heavens. But these 7 heavens, technically, is really not 7 heavens, but right here, the place of 7 steps in Haiti. It's referring to his heavenly kingdom. You thinking it's 7 heavens, it's 7 steps. Oh, man. It's 7 steps, yo. What else we got? Exactly. The next joint say 50,000. 4110. Let's see what we got with 4110. Look, we got Surah 4110. He placed on the earth firm mountains, standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all. It means of sustenance, totaling 4 days exactly for all who ask. So look at that. 4 days, totaling 4 days. It says totaling 4 days. And look, he placed the earth firm mountains. Now, when did this take place in the Bible? When did God create a dry land on earth? Which says a total 4 days. Now, when we go to Genesis, what happened? What happened on the 3rd day? And God called the dry land earth. So that would have been the time God would have created mountains and all that good stuff, right? But this took place on what? The 3rd day, right here. This is the 3rd day. Surah is telling you it took a total of 4 days. In the Bible, on the 4th day, God is creating the sun, moon, and stars. Again, showing you contradiction. You know what I mean? Easy work, family. Easy work, yo. So whether if you come with the Quran, that's why this is Battle of the Holy Books. Bring your King James Bible. Bring your Egyptian text. Bring it. So we just ran through the Quran to show the inconsistencies of Quran, how Quran supports the biblical creation narrative. And let's get on Bible. I mean, the Egyptian text, the Egyptian creation myth. Let's put that in there. Now, if you want to play with the Egyptian creation myth, we don't get too detailed in that. That requires a whole joint. We could do a quick Wikipedia on that. Wise flow, sis. See the sister in the building was good. We're trying to plan some things for the film this weekend. I got some shorties lined up Saturday. Got the corporate side lined up, but I'm gonna keep you in it. I'm gonna hit you in the inbox, let you know what's going on if you're available this weekend. Thomas Skinner. Yo, my cousin last name is Skinner. Oh, I'll go on, kid you. You got some people from Trinidad, let me know. Yeah, family. So check the vibes, yes? The ancient Egyptians, right? What is this? Ancient Egyptian creation myth. That's what we're dealing with now. We went through Bible, showed the inconsistencies. We went through Quran, showed inconsistencies. Ancient Egyptian creation myth are the ancient Egyptian accounts of the creation of the world. The pyramid texts, tomb, wall decorations, and writings dating back to the Old Kingdom, 27 to 22 BCE before Common Era. So that's when the creation counts come up out of Egypt. 27th millennium BC, have provided the major of information regarding the ancient Egyptian creation myth. These myths also form the earliest religion compilations in the world. See that? Remember Bible. Y'all got it from Bible. Remember. Where Oahspe at? Hold up, let me bring this around. You know what? I'm gonna finish with the surah. I'm gonna finish with them. If I close it out with Bible, with Egypt, I mean. So let me get what I was looking for. Oh, Oahspe. I should have known. Right? Table of contents. Let's go to the study of Moshe. The ending of the study of Moshe. Moshe. Niggas be killing me speaking Hebrew, thinking they doing something. Like, nigga, slow down, boy. You need to worry about your God instead of worrying about the Hebrew. Oahspe say that the Bible got their accounts from the Egyptians. The book of Genesis, as it is stood in the Egyptian records, was written by Kaboth and Duram and Hezed, and was the substance from which Ezra copied it through his scribes. See that? Even as it is to this day. So the Ezra Bible you got was a copy of Egyptian records, what the Oahspe is saying. The inspiration of Genesis was from the god Osiris. Okay, look what it states. The inspiration, meaning the inspiration of Genesis, was rooted in Osiris, the false and the emissaries, chief of whom were Yataba and Egypt, who were angel servants to Osiris. And so far the records, and look at this, niggas can't stand this, but it is what it is. And so far as the records now stand, the spirit of both books were the Egyptian version of the whole subject. So the creation account originally started with the Egyptian account, the Osirian account. Now keep in mind, Osiris had his hand over Egypt and Sumer. That 7-day creation story in the Imuna Elise, he was behind that too. That was his dominion. When you read the Oahspe, out of Rabinia. So here the Oahspe is showing you that, look, this shit come out of Egypt. When we go to Egypt, what does it say? The myths also form the earliest religion compilations in the world. So everybody borrowed from Egypt, as we know. So we're going to go to the goddamn root of this. The ancient Egyptians, look what it states now. This is what these schematic niggas be trying to fight, but this is what it say. The ancient Egyptians had many creator gods and associated legends. Thus, the world, or more specifically, Egypt, was created in diverse ways according to different parts of ancient Egypt. Some versions of the myth indicate spitting, others masturbating, or masturbation as the act of creation. Now look, the earliest god, Ra, or Atum, both being creators, sun gods, emerge from a chaotic state of the world and give rise to air and tefnut, moisture. From their union came Geb, earth, and Nut, sky. See, now all this is off. All this is ridiculous. First, let me show you, look. It says the earliest god, Ra, or Atum, being the sun gods, emerged from a chaotic state of the world and gave rise to Shu and moisture. From their union came Geb and Nut, the sky. That's all. It's all out of wax. Ain't no vortex being mentioned. Where the vortex at? They're talking about the sun gods, right? This is the sun god. A solar deity or sun god is a deity who represents the sun or an aspect or thereof. Now, this is the sun we're dealing with. Let's go to Oahspe. See, we don't beat these Kemetic niggas up in the science too. Easy. Bring Jabari. Bring whoever you want. Bring Tahuti. And let's deal with the science compared to Oahspe versus the Egyptian Kemetic text. That's coming. Let's deal with the sun. They said the sun gods. Hold on, where we at with it? Let me come back up. Yeah, we're gonna show you. So look, Battle of the Holy Books. Let's go back. What it states: the earliest god, Ra or Atum, both being creator sun gods. So they're creator sun gods. What is a sun god? A solar deity or sun deity is a deity who represents the sun. So someone say, "Oh, well, these are not they're not real deities. They're concepts." So the root of the concept of this deity is the sun, right? Or an aspect thereof. Such deities are usually associated with power and strength. Solar deities and sun worship can be found throughout most of the recorded history. Now, how was the sun created according to the Egyptians? How was the sun created? Pre-dynastic Egyptians believe attributes Atum as the sun god and Horus as the god of the sky. So Atum as the sun god. This is Atum. This is Atum. Atum, sometimes rendered as Atin or Tim, is the primordial god in Egyptian mythology from which all else arose. He created himself and is the father of Shu. Now look what it states. Look what it states right here. From all, what did I say? Right here. Right here. Atum or Tim is the primordial god in Egyptian mythology from which all else arose. Let me highlight that. From which all else arose. Now, how can all things arose from Atum, which this is Atum, a symbol of Atum, as a man. This is a deity, first and foremost. And all things supposed to come from him, but he is symbolic to the sun. But the sun is a product of creation. The first cause of creation, let's go to Oahspe now. Let's go to Book of Jehovah, chapter 3, verse 6. Look what it states. For each and every corporeal world, I created a vortex first. The vortex is the first thing for all creation, not Atum. It says Atum from whom all else arose. Oahspe states, for each and every corporeal world, a sun, moon, or star, I created a vortex first. So if you're not referencing the vortex first, you cannot be given a true account of creation. Atum is a false sense and confusing way to try to demonstrate creation when you got this guy right here. This is supposed to be symbolic of the sun. Where we get Atum from? What did it say? Pre-dynastic Egyptian believes attribute Atum as the sun god. Who is the sun god? Atum. What does the sun god represent? The sun. How was the sun created? How was the sun created? If Atum is the sun god, he'll be authority of the sun. But look what it states. He's the primordial god in Egyptian mythology from whom all else arose. Right? So they said all else arose from the sun. But first, the sun is not the primordial first cause of creation. The vortex is first. The vortex is the first cause of creation. And when we go down, gives you demonstrations of the vortex. Well, let's go to verse 7. Look what it states. To make the sun, I created a great vortex. See that? There is no sun without a vortex. So where is the vortex in the Egyptian mythos? Because you can't give us a proper account of creation if you don't describe the vortex. An example of vortex here. Let me pull up them galaxies, of course. Right there. There go vortex here, right there. That's what we're reading about. See that? This is what we're talking about right here. See the vortex? See the sun in the middle? What did the judge say? To make the sun, I created a great vortex. This is the great vortex, and this is the sun in the center, right? This is real science. This is not goddamn spooky shit from Egypt. We on A next too. This is Battle of the Holy Books. A great to create the sun, which is in the center, I created a great vortex first. What the Oahspe say? To make the sun, I created a great vortex. There's the great vortex to create the sun. What did the Oahspe say in verse 6? For each and every corporeal world, including suns, I created a vortex first. Here is an example of the vortex first, and here is an example of that which is produced from the vortex, being the sun. But in the Egyptian account, it says this guy, which is supposed to be symbolic to the sun, all things came from. But this is a bad analogy, family, because if you were to talk to a child, they wouldn't understand that. They're going to be looking like, oh, that's a man right there. So the Egyptians are symbolically using men to represent the mythos, which is false in fact. It's just as false of the biblical God sitting on his throne, creating heaven and the earth. This account is just as false. So then we have Atum, supposed to be the sun god, that this sun god did not demonstrate how suns are created. We just showed and proved from Oahspe for each and every world, for each and every corporeal world, I created a vortex first, they go to vortex, and then we scoot down to verse 7. To make the sun, I created a great vortex. To make the sun, I created a great vortex. And within this vortex, subject to it, are the vortices. Now look, there you go right there, the great vortex, and the sun in the center, and within the vortices is other vortices. Vortices within vortices. But your Bible don't, the Egyptian records don't explain that. Look what these niggas talking about. Let me go back to the story account. See what's up we get. The earliest god, Ra and Atum, both being creator sun gods, emerged from chaotic state of the world. What world? What are they talking about? Emerged from the chaotic state. What chaotic state? See that? But if they had the real science of vortexia, if they understood vortexia, they would know the force and power that comes with the vortex. What did Jaja say? What did Jaja say in his creation? Right? Watch this. What did Jaja say in verse? Is it verse 2 in the book of Jaja? No, verse 1. What did he say right here? What did Jaja say? By virtue of my presence, all things are. By virtue of my presence, life is. By virtue of my presence, the living are brought forth. Here it is. I am the what? Quickener, the mover. What does it say right here? I am the creator. I am the destroyer. See that? I am the destroyer. I am the creator. This is God being creator. This is God being destroyer. Creator being destroyer. That's the destroyer. The same wind and power that creates worlds is the same force and power that destroys worlds. This is the creator. I am the creator. That's the creator. And the destroyer. The destroyer. The same force and current, the same force and power that creates worlds right here is the same force and power that destroys them. One universal order. So we can explain that much better when we talk about emerge from a chaotic state. Let's say that. Emerge from a chaotic state. Because the vortex flows violently, chaotically, although it has a pattern, which is the vortex. That's the force and power, chaotically, sporadically coming through, but it's systematically done. And then the same force and power uses to create suns, moons, stars, planets. So your Bible, your Kemetic text is not telling you that. They got you believing in a sun god, which is a vague term to use to explain creation. Antum, supposed to be all things emerged from him, right? Confusion of the world and gave rise to. So now you have, out of this confusion came air, moisture, and then earth and sky. See, sky, air is the same thing. Moisture is just a condensed form of air. So they're describing one and the same material, giving deified faces upon it. So they're doing nothing different than the biblical text, because you're deifying these elements. So for generations to come who have not the proper knowledge, they're going to look at these and say, oh, that's a man. Who in turn created Osiris? See that? Isis, Set, an extension to the Bax framework was the Osiris myth involving Osiris. You got the Osiris when you get chopped up and all that. So what we're showing you is like, if you want to come at the Kemetic niggas, we can. Because even if you say that these are aspects of nature, now we gotta go into how these aspects of nature come about. Another common element of Egyptian cosmogonies is the familiar figure of the cosmic egg, a substitute for the primeval waters of the primeval mound. One variant of the cosmic egg version teaches that the sun god as primeval power emerged from the primeval mound, which stood in chaos of the primeval seas. See, all these accounts, all this is the same, the primeval, the chaotic waters, all that's in Genesis. In Genesis, right? Right there in Genesis. In that one verse, sums all that up, right here. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. That's the chaotic time, the chaotic waters, Tiamat and all that. That's describing the chaotic, what they're talking about in the Egyptian text. We're talking about the chaotic, emerging from chaotic state right here. Emerging from the chaotic state. Hold on, let me get that. Emerging from the chaotic state of the world is the equivalent in Genesis chapter 2 when it states, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. These are their creation myths. Picked apart, amalgamated, here a little, there a little. Look at these, yo. The Egyptian, they got so many versions of the creation story, it don't even make sense. But nonetheless, the Egyptian creation account against the Oahspe creation account, easy work. We'll beat that up too. Yes, take a commercial break, family. Make sure you get your bitters.
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Run the rhythm.
Bittersweet Herbals, where the taste is bitter, but the results are sweet. Bittersweetherbals.com.
Yes, family, make sure to get your bitters. You know what I mean? So this is Battle of the Holy Books. We're going to keep that going. Heard that boy Malachi Maccabee got a debate perhaps coming up with that boy, what's his name, K. Judah. That's going to be real interesting, yo. Exactly, Lucy. Is it 1,000 years or 50,000 years? They don't know where they at with it. So what we're showing you, just dealing with the creation aspect, we can't get past creation. All these inconsistencies in the book, but we can't get past creation because it's so inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? Easy work. That's right. Easy work, man. This Battle of the Holy Books, whether you bring your King James Bible, bring the Quran, we just showed the Quran supports the inconsistencies of Bible. We just showed the the Egyptian creation story, that Atum being the sun god, and all things came out of the sun based off the narrative. All things did not come out of the sun, but the vortex is the first cause of creation. And for the sun, I created a great vortex. We demonstrated that, but you can't demonstrate Geb laying on his back other than being an allegory. Like when you look at Geb laying on his back, it's supposed to be Geb. This is Geb. This is the earth. See that? How is this the earth with a bird on his head? He holding the arm. You see what I'm saying? So even if this is symbolic, It's a poor representation. See that? If everything came out of Egypt, we got to go to the head honcho and put the blame on Egypt. Because they got us believing in a 7-day creation story. They got us believing that a man is the earth laying on his back. They got us believing that Atum, the sun gods. They're referencing sun gods. They're referencing the very same thing that you blame the biblical followers for. These are deities. This is a deity. Right here. This is a deity. Whether if he real or fake. The same way that this is a deity, or the god Baal, or the god El. The same way he a deity, whether if he real or fake. Whether he real or fake is no different than this. No different than the right here. No different than that. It's a deity. All these niggas are deities. Gab. You look at Ra, a deity. See that? That's Ra. That's Atum. All these are men. Regardless of what you want to say, they're men and women. All these are deities. See that? Sitting on the throne. What is the god El doing? Sitting on his throne. See that? You can't play these games with us, man. If the biblical God got it from Kemet, and we could show Cometians sitting on thrones just like the Egyptian gods, what are we talking about here? What are we really talking about? The same conviction you hold the biblical gods or the biblical readers to their God, you're convicted the same way, because here we have Osiris, the spandex god. They got the pictures of him sitting on the throne. There you go. There he is. Him downstairs. There you go. See that? The same depiction of your God sitting on the throne. The same God El from the Bible. Look at that. It's the same way Osiris is sitting on the throne. The god Osiris, Anubis, and Horus, wall painting in the tomb of Hormon Head. Oh, I didn't even know you want to go pick up Muffy. Come here, Muffy. Bring her right quick. So they go Osiris, the spandex god with the bodysuit on, but he's sitting on the throne, just like the biblical God. Little Muffy just got done up. What's up, boo? You goody? You goody? If I breathe my Maltese, yeah? Sick. All right. She might have got that a little crazy. Yeah, they be snappy about to fight. Watch this. They be turning up. Some killers. They want to play. Don't play. But that's easy work. Case closed. Exactly, family. Case closed, though. Ain't nothing else to talk about. The Kemetic niggas gonna get it worse. Kemetic niggas gonna get it worse because they started all this shit. They're quick to tell you that everything came out of Egypt. So if you got all these deified deities amalgamated as constants of aspect of nature, you got some explaining to do. What is Geb? What is Geb? Explain the first cause of creation in the vortex. I demonstrated that. Showed you the force and power of a hurricane is the same force and power that create galaxies, and the Oahspe backs that as being vortexy and current. Show me that in the Kemetic text. Show me that in the biblical text. Show me that in the Quran. See that? You can't even explain the force and power of why they got a whirlwind in the center of the sun. And that same force and power is seen in hurricanes, tornadoes, cyclones, everywhere in nature. You dig? Everywhere in nature you see that. Yeah, Mally, we got these niggas in the bear trap, bro. It's nothing to talk about, bro. Battle of the Holy Books, it's a wrap, man. We gonna show and prove that Oahspe is gonna pound out the Torah, is gonna pound out the Tanakh, is gonna pound out the King James Bible, the Quran, and the Egyptian text. And the only thing that they're gonna have to say, they're gonna be ego tripping. That's it. They can't chip on John Newbro. No, they can't say nothing about John Newbro, because if they say something about John Newbro, we're gonna pull this up right here. We're just gonna pull this up. We just gonna pull this up. They can't say nothing about John Newbro no more. They got to deal with the information at this point. Ain't nothing else to talk about. Ain't nothing else to come up with no excuses. Ain't no reason to run no more like the Zaryak ran. Yeah, he ain't want to take that L. And as a matter of fact, he should have took that, because now, if we debate him now, it's going to even be worse, because we got more hanging over your head. You want to talk about the white man and John Newbro who wrote the Oahspe being a dentist? But then we'll just hit you with this every time. Every time. Hit him with this. There you go. We'll talk about John Newbro. I'm going to hit you with this. So how does... Hold on. Let me see this rise. Hold on. So that's all the Europeans that had their hand on the Bible. And here you have John Newbro. Now look, this is the one who wrote the Oahspe, who compiled the Oahspe through automatic writing. One white man. Everybody's worked up over this one white man who wrote this book, who compiled this book. And even he himself tell you that the information in this book didn't come from me writing it down and doing historical work. It was downloaded. And then he was told to take some stuff here and there. He tells the story. The biography is there. So this one white man who wrote the Oahspe, everybody's hung up over, but they don't acknowledge all these white men who had the hand on their Bible and the influences and changes that took place with their Bible. The Oahspe Bible was written in English, comprehensible for our time. Their Bible has been in the hands of the Greeks, has been in the hands of the Latin, has been in the hand of the English. 3 different nationalities of European for the span of damn near 2,000 years. The European had their hand on the Bible. But this white man over here, John Newbro, got the revelation in 50 weeks, within a year. Within less than a year, he got all his information. But so anytime you bring up now John Newbro, we just gonna throw up this picture right here. So all that is out the window. You can't use John Newbro no more with that hanging over your head. You're gonna have to stand on your God. Battle of the Holy Book. Stand on your God. Niggas is running for their God. Niggas not even reading chapters and verses for their God no more. Because we exposed that they God is false. I exposed that the timeline is false. The 6,000 year creation story, the 24-hour a day creation story, all of it is false. Adam existing during the time of Nama is false. Adam being created on the 6th day in 6,000 years, which would be 1239 Common Era, is false. You niggas don't have a sense of when creation took place with according to the creation myth. That's goddamn right, Cosmon. Creator is undefeated. Who want to hop on, man? Anybody want to hop on for a second? You want to jump on Cosmon and talk your shit? Hop on for a minute. I'm going to drop the link in the chat if anybody want to hop on for a quick sec. You know what I mean? You know how we do. This is really a freestyle vibe. You know what I mean? My boy Malachi B, you know what I mean? Hit us in the chat saying, yo, nigga, K. Judah want to hop out the ring and debate him. I said, boy, that's going to be a good one. Malachi going to walk him. Nah, you know what? I ain't going to lie. I like how K. Judah deliver. I like how he read and deliver his message. But being that he's short-sighted, being that he's only coming from the narrative of the Hebrew Israelite stance and the chosen people, that's what's going to cripple them niggas. Because you're coming from a standpoint of a lower light. The higher light is dealing with the gods. Because the gods are the one who told you to put on your fringes. The gods are the one who told you about the holy days. The gods are the one who told you that Canaan is the cursed people. Your God told you that. So your God contains the higher light while you fighting with the nations is Ruth or Moab or Israelite. That's the lower light. That's play. Debate the God. That's what we want to debate. Because you may be following a false God, and that false God, you may be a chosen people to that false God. The big homie Cosmon Cal in the building. What it do, King?
Man, peace to the righteous gods. What's the word?
Hey, man, I'm just here, man. Just, you know what I mean? Decided to go live and revise and revamp the Battle of the Holy Books. And somebody want to stick their head out the window and challenge Malachi.
Yeah, man, that's gonna be bad. And you know, even though K. Judah has a great delivery style, you know what I mean? that is only the aesthetics. You know what I mean? That's cute. You know, it's cute. You know what I mean? But everybody has a delivery system, and you know, a Red Ryder BB gun has a delivery system, right? And it works.
Bring it up.
Works. But when you working with surface to air missiles, you dig what I'm talking about? Megaton light bombs being dropped out of Etherian light ships. Well, it's a different type of delivery system.
That's right. That's
you dig what I'm talking about? You know, and then because
that boy was supposed to debate you first. He ran.
They've been running 2 years. 2 years.
Because I was supposed to debate. Who I was supposed to debate at that time?
I don't know. JJ ran first, and then K. Judah was supposed to stick up for him.
That's right.
He ran, fell off the map. I ain't seen him. And so, you know, I don't know. I think a lot of this stem from, you know, I'll be barking in the lion's den. You know what I mean? And then, you know, bruh put me in that thing. I never asked to be in it. So,
I don't know how I got in there. I think I just got them and just started seeing the pop up.
He just added us. Word. You dig what I'm talking about? And so I wasn't tripping. You know what I mean? But when you get to talk about, well, you know, like, well, then what you doing here? Well, I'm like, well, shit, nigga, you asked me to be here, nigga. I didn't ask to be here. You dig what I'm talking about? You put me in this group. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, say less. I ain't even got to be here. Exactly. Ain't like I'm getting no nothing out this deal. I'm not getting anything out of the deal except a bunch of notifications in my
and niggas cussing up a storm and shit.
Right, a bunch of notifications in my inbox. That's it. Right. Niggas making rap songs dissing each other in the back chat.
Right.
That shit whack.
But if you notice, Cal, the Quran supports the same fairy tale.
Well, it should. You once you understand that Allah, aka Gabriel, was the worker bee for Christ and was part of the triune himself. What else doctrine would he push?
That's right.
Except a Father, Son, Holy Ghost, 6 days of creation type theory. And then the crazy part is he would have to, first of all, come with the 6 day story because he's complicit.
Right.
He's complicit with the story. Remember, Gabriel worked for Christ. Remember, that's Gabriel is the one who supposedly told Mary
that
she
is
was
the
gonna
nigga.
have a baby.
That is the nigga.
Right? Supposedly, this is the same nigga that came and talked to Moses and showed him his hind paws. Supposedly, this is the same guy who came to Ezra and gave him that cup of Molly water and had him bugging for 40 days. So he would have to be complete. The story would have to be compatible to what was already previously written down in Bible.
Right.
It would have to compare to it some way because we see the introduction of Gabriel through Christianity, not Islam.
Right. Facts.
You know?
Facts. But what I found interesting is how, you know, they try to accuse the Oahspe of having no historicity because John Newbro wrote in 1881. But then when we use the same concept with Moses, because if you notice, Moses didn't get no previous manuscripts to compile the story of Abraham, Noah, or none of them people. He got it strictly directly from God, using the narrative if Moses wrote Genesis.
My thing is, it don't say that. The Bible don't say that. The Bible say he wrote 10 commandments on 2 tablets of stone. It don't say nothing about in the beginning Elohim created the. So that's a later added version,
right? But for those who believe that Moses wrote Genesis, because you got the Orthodox belief that Moses wrote the first 5 books. But let's just go with the first book being Genesis. So if Moses wrote Genesis, and if Moses was during the Middle Kingdom or the New Kingdom, wherever they want to place him, he's speaking about a time period that existed thousands of years before him without having manuscripts or previous texts to validate these stories.
Exactly. And if they were anywhere and he would have had access to them, they would have obviously been in the Egyptian libraries.
Exactly. Dave Long, what's good, family?
But that can't even. Oh, peace, David Long. Peace, brother Dave.
Peace, brother.
Just before you go. But and the thing is, he would have to got that story out of Egypt, correct? But we see Egypt's creation story, and it is totally different for the most part from that of the biblical narrative.
That's right.
It's totally different. Go ahead, Dave. My bad. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom.
Brother Luxu is doing a job on that Quran there. He found a discrepancy in false god Gabriel's timeline from 1,000 years to 50,000 years.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. If you're talking 50,000, if we go back 50,000, we talking what? We talking pre-flood, pre-first civilization. We damn near with Asu.
Yeah, that's like the 9th, 10th arc cycle. That's the beginning of civilization.
Yeah, that's going back towards the beginning. So they way off. The Quran timeline is off. So they really don't have if they don't have a proper timeline, they can't properly prophesize or dictate when prophecy will occur. It's guesswork for them. Every president we had, they'll say that, oh, he's the Antichrist. When the first Bush came into office, oh, he's the Antichrist. They'll pull out scripture. When the second Bush came into office, he's the Antichrist. They pull out scripture. When Obama got in office, he's the Antichrist. They'll pull out scripture. They're just playing games. They're playing a guessing game.
You got to remember, it's fear-based. God teach them to fear him first. And he teaches in an episcopal style, an utter destructional style. You dig what I'm talking about? In the end of the day, if you don't do what he says, David Long, you're going to hell forever.
Chestnuts roasting.
Now, all those false gods, they're in that fear-based mode, trying to get everybody to fear them, so that it's to make them slaves.
That's right.
And I've been working with Brother Yaquab, and he was a little bit concerned about that April 8th thing, and I'm trying to tell him that, there's nothing to it. It's going to come and go.
Right.
These
are the seasons and cycles of Creator. It's no different than a storm coming. When a storm coming, it's dark clouds. It'll block out the sun. It'll get dark. You see lightning and heavy winds. You think it's the end of the world if you ain't know better. And then it comes and goes. You know what I mean? Can't nothing stop the time, yo.
It's like I told him, this world got a long time to go yet.
Yeah. We still got
I tried to tell him start over.
Say it again, Dave.
And then it's going to start over again.
That's right.
Right.
What you were saying, Cosmo?
No, I was trying to tell the brother, you dig what I'm talking about, that it ain't nothing to be scared about, and that they lied about. Everybody's supposed to be. Osiris is supposed to come back. Tammuz is supposed to come back. El, Yahweh. Everybody's supposed to come back. We ain't seen nobody since.
And Jesus then it's dealing with the science. Go ahead and talk. I'm gonna see if I can pull up a Fragment Patty when they talk about the warp belts.
Yeah, but and then what's actually, even Bible says that the moon and the sun were given for signs and seasons.
That's right.
Well, what sign is it gonna give on April 8th? What we got to understand is that we're in an Odic year. You know what I mean? We got light dumping, and it's gonna take a jump. And then it's going to jump in another 11 years. Because guess what? The sun cycle runs on 11 year Odic rate also. So why are you scared today in 2024 and you weren't scared in 2013? Why are you scared today and you're not scared in 2002 or 1991? or 1980 or 1970. And if you go back, you'll see that the solar and lunar eclipses occurs every year I just said. Right?
They need to be
does
more
fall
run.
on the odic rate. There's no mistake into this. So now it's about understanding what sign is it giving. And then, and like we said, the thing that I really want to know is, and if you got some info on this, Dave, hook your boy up because I need some. If we are having on April 8th, right, during the eclipse, right, that night, we will be having a new moon. So the moon won't be able to be seen, but it'll be in the sky, right? Because obviously, it's on the light side of the planet, blocking the sun, right?
Correct.
Okay, right? So the moon is on the light side of the planet, blocking the sun, right? Well, what's in the sky on the dark side of the planet that is in new moon status?
Yeah.
Because remember, this is going to happen during the daytime over here. So the moon has to be in the sky on the nighttime. So what's on the day side blocking the light if the moon is on the dark side in the sky? Dun, 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 dun.
That would be a position of
you got it.
Because sometimes, see, when you follow the moon cycles, the moon, like in the later times of a moon cycle, let's say like from the 25th, 26th, 27th, the moon gonna come out way late. The whole day will go by before the moon even come out.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a lot of times on the 28th of the moon, you'll see it at the rising of the sun. That's the very last day of a moon cycle is the 28th day of the moon. When you see that last slither, but it's on the left side. When it's on the right side, it's the beginning of a moon cycle. When it's on the right side, it's the ending of a cycle. And you will see it like if you go to the last, you got to be real on point to catch it. But you can catch the last day of the moon cycle as the sun is coming up. You'll see it for about 10 minutes before the sun block it out. But you'll see that little crescent. And then the next night, it'll be total darkness. That your dark period. And then you'll see the crescent moon on the eastern side when the sun is setting. And one thing I found out, the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. The moon and stars rise in the west and sets in the east. So when we have that eclipse, what's taking place is that the dark moon is going to be black coming over the western horizon, while the sun is coming over the eastern horizon. And when they cross paths, that's when the eclipse is taking place, and that's when the different time periods from when it goes all the way across is when it's going to be traveling or whatever. But I figured this shit out. It's two opposite directions that they're traveling in.
Yep, and then you got to recognize that the Earth is spinning west to east counterclockwise, right? So you're going to see the moon is traveling, right, in the same direction. So you're going to have, but the sun is where it is. So when you see it coming up towards you, it's going to be in the east first.
Right. So exactly. So what's happening is. This was happening. The sun is rising and going this way. Now, when you see the new moon, when the sun is going down, right, and you see that first new moon, the moon is going down with it. And then the next night, you're going to see the moon stationed in the sky, but it's going from west to east. The moon is always going from the west coming down to the east. The moon will always...
The moon spin with the planet.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, and then in certain times, because we got to understand that the sun is massive and it's not setting. It's not setting. Right. It's not.
No. Speaking from the direction of our standpoint,
from our view,
exactly.
From our view, how it is, the moon will be up this way, and the sun is back here, and it does this. Right, but the Earth is still spinning west to east, so that means it's moving this way, like it's going east to west. You dig what I'm talking about? But the earth and the sun is moving the earth and the moon is moving in the same direction, right? While the sun is where it is. It's massive.
So the earth, the moon, and the sun literally is from moving west to east, while the sun is coming over east to west.
Right.
Yeah. That's how we get the eclipses.
And it only makes it look like it's rising because you're spinning, you're rotating, it's going light dark.
And we're not only rotating, but rotating at a tilt, because when you look at the sunrise, it comes out at an angle. It's damn near like a triangle. It hit a point like this. It's almost damn near like how they say the square. The sun rises like a triangle, because if you look at it, it rises from the east, then when it hit high noon, it starts to descend down. It's like a pointer, like a triangle.
Yeah.
Lucy, what's good?
Peace and light. What's good with you, Sailor? What's good with you, Kyle? What's up, David?
What's going on,
brother?
What's going on? How y'all doing?
Yeah, we just
like a hub cap.
For the most part.
So how you feel about the inconsistencies I posted?
Man, we need all that, bro. I'm gonna take it. Probably later on, I'm gonna jot down some of them verses, and we're gonna go headlong into the Quran. Because I got my Quran, but I don't got it with me. I got to look for it. But being that you're kind of freaking with it, inconsistencies, we can go ahead and do a whole show dealing with, Battle of the Holy Books and Quran.
I'm gonna just tell y'all this, man. My Islamic brothers, y'all pretty sharp. You dig what I'm talking about? This ain't
Cosmon, they gonna fall in the same trap if we did with the God concept. They trap. They're just as good as the niggas quoting Bible with no chapter and verse, no surah chapter and verse. But when it comes to goddamn them gods, because it says
what you
the
want.
Lord is none other than Allah.
Take heed to what we've been doing to Bible. What we've been doing to everything to try to come against Creator. We tear it to shreds. Listen, catch the hint. Catch the hint. Come on home. Or we gonna expose Allah too. What you gonna do? We've been calling everybody out.
Because see, the question is this, Cosmon. The Muslims is in a quandrum as well, because if they accept the prophets of the Bible, that means they would have to accept the God of the Bible.
Facts.
Now, once we start telling them that the God of the Bible has form and figure and identity, then they're going to say, no, that's not Allah. Well, now we in a conundrum, because these same prophets stood on the fact that this God sitting on the throne is the Most High Creator. Now you're telling us
and so did they. So did they. And then it also tells in the Quran where Allah was gonna come back with a train, a tail, and angels around him also. So he was seen too.
Exactly. Case in point. Go ahead.
He was seen. No, I would say he's right. He was seen, but it's just, we know that Allah, according to Oahspe, is Gabriel. We know that. But the Muslims ain't gonna know that, and they're not gonna, understand. Like, we would have to tell them that Allah is just used as a red herring to get your focus away from Gabriel onto Allah. You know what I'm saying? Because even with the triunes, it told you when they set up their kingdoms, they stood far away. They separated themselves from the people. Only had like those of their council around them.
Right.
So Gabriel would do the same thing. If you went into paradise or Jannah, as they would call it in the Quran, you wouldn't see Gabriel. Or at that time when he ruled in Kala Hared, the subjects that went there, like, people who died Muslim, they probably never seen him sitting on that throne. Yeah, he would have made that, because he would already learn from working under Luaman.
Right.
And the triangle. He would already learn. So he's like, I'm not even going to make an image, because I already seen all the bullshit it brought with the other three. So he's going to take a different route. Because Gabriel's pretty different, but you see him adopting the 6-day creation story, and then you see the inconsistency where now it's 2 days, and then it's 4 days. You know what I mean? Like, so you have that.
I think he took it. I think he was a little sloppy with that. You did what I'm talking about, because I think he used it because he just knew it worked. You know what I mean? He knew it worked, but also he's making the claim that he is the one that inspired Abraham. He is the one that inspired Moses. You dig what I'm talking about, and so on and so on. So he would have to acquiesce to what was coming before him if he is still, if he's saying, because remember in the Bible, Gabriel ain't the God. Gabriel ain't the God, right? So he would still have to acquiesce to he was the same God Abraham had.
Mm-hmm.
You
He had to
dig what I'm talking about?
retroactively go back and insert his propaganda. So no, I agree with you. That's what he did.
Yep. And it worked. He had already him and Luamanga dominated the world. What you dig what I'm talking about for 1,000+ years at that point. They was
To
whooping
this
up on
day.
everybody.
Yeah.
To this day, Christianity and Islam dominates the world. I just looked at a world religion map last night, and yeah, Islam and Christianity, especially Christianity, got the world on lock, most of it.
Yep.
So, but now Gabriel got Jerusalem like he wanted. That's that Dome of the Rock is there. You know what I'm saying? He got all the Arabians. You dig? You know, Kabalaktas got his part. Ikanissa got their part. But you know, that's all we know now. It's just their lower lords and shit that are taking control of all that. You know what I mean? So, but
and then don't forget that Gabriel went strong into India, into like the Punjab region, into Persia. He smashed Persia. He was the god of the Mongols. You dig what I'm talking about? That's Luamang. I mean, not Luamang, but Gabriel. He the god of the Mongols, and he took his show on the road and took it out to the Southeast Islands and all that stuff. You dig what I'm saying? It's a lot of Islam that way. You know what I mean?
He's a real god of war, boy. He's a warrior god, like he told you in the book of Acts. He said, I'm a warrior god. Yeah.
And
that's why in Islam they're supposed to fight for justice.
What's his boy named Muhammad? Muhammad was on one from day one. He was on one. He had to really be truly super inspired to do all the stuff that he did. You dig what I'm talking about? Whether it was negative or otherwise, it's something to that. You know what I mean? Because they was in war back, winning. Everything fell before Gabriel. He went into Egypt. He took Egypt.
He said he was at peace for 12 years, and the 13th year is when he drew the sword for Gabriel. And that commemorated the year of the because matter of fact, they got their own calendar too, starting from the 5th century Common Era. That's when they commemorated their year.
Actually, you could tell what year it was by the very first war. So if it took the 12 years to inspire him, that means that war started or the very first war of Islam started in 624 AD. It's called the Battle of Badr. You dig what I'm talking about? So if you go back 12 years, that's 612 that he would have been in the Mount of Hera. You dig or the Cave of Hera. You dig what I'm saying? Which is interesting too, that they call it Hera when Hera is Astaroth.
Hey, look, it's right there. Look what it says. The start of Islam is marked in the year 610 following the first revelation to the Prophet Muhammad. At the age of 40, Muhammad and his followers spread the teachings of Islam throughout the Arabian Peninsula.
Yep. So we right on.
Well, that's the revelation, I guess. But if they follow the biblical 7-day creation story, that means they got to fall within that goddamn 3761 BC. They got to fall into that.
Well, the Quran got some scientific errors, and I was reading that too. So beyond the inconsistencies, then you got scientific errors. Like I think there's somewhere in the Quran. I don't got the surah on hand because I don't want to get kicked off the stream by trying to look for it. But what is it? It says somewhere in the Quran that the mountains were set in place so that the earth wouldn't shake. So essentially, mountains were set in place so earthquakes don't happen. But we know that mountains are the product of tectonic plates moving,
right?
Because of earthquakes. So it can't be mountains to prevent earthquakes. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I say in one part of the Quran that the sun descends into a muddy spring. It sets in a muddy spring. And that the sun has a resting place and the moon has a resting place and that they have orbits. So they kind of, in a way, in the Quran, it kind of supports a flat earth.
Yeah, for the most part.
Flatten out the earth.
Just like the Bible.
Mountains said not to know earthquakes will happen. The sun and the moon orbit, they never cross each other or whatever.
Right. But I get it. I can understand a flat plane with a vortex, but they don't have a vortex to make it make sense. Because you can see, because even in the Oahspe, it says the vortex rounds and flattens. So if the vortex is basically pulsating, the vortex is doing this. So niggas might be saying it's a flat Earth because the vortex is flattened and the Earth is more spread out. Before it's like pulsating like this and shit.
But remember the first set of inconsistencies I shared with you about him creating he said he created the earth first and then he created the seven heavens. So then he turned to the empty space and fashioned the seven heavens. But then in the other passages I sent you, it said that he created the heavens first and then he flattened out the earth. So in one passage it says that the earth was created first, then the heavens were created. And in the next passage later on, it tells you the heavens were created first, then the earth was created. Well,
that according to the Bible, the heavens was created on the second day. That's when he says, and then I created a firmament, which is the firmament is heaven. And on the third days, he created dry land. So according to the Bible, the heavens came first, then dry land came next on the third day with fruits and vegetables.
And to Muslims, the seven heavens, my bad, bro, but the seven heavens, you were bringing it up earlier, the seven heavens supposedly is like an idiom for a multiplicity. It doesn't necessarily mean heaven. Like seven, right. It's supposed to mean, but it's supposed to be like a multiplicity of like realities, or like you can't really say it's the atmosphere because we know that the atmosphere doesn't have 7 layers; it has 5.
Right.
You know, but again, it means
the Oahspe referenced them sevenly heavily mountains over like the Tibetan areas.
Yeah.
That was the only reference that I could reference referring to something dealing with 7 on the heavenly realm.
But I showed you years ago that he's associated with 7 because
you brought that up years ago.
Yeah, the 7 steps in the Quran. I mean, the 7 steps in the Oahspe, 7 heavens in the Quran.
Right.
And I think in the book of Enoch, there's 10 heavens, and Enoch comes and he sees Gabriel in the 7th heaven. And also in the book of Enoch, you have 7 mountains.
Right. Yep.
Same thing what Gabriel said. You know what I mean? It lined up, and then once you see that's that same guy, what can you say?
He's there.
Yo, that's crazy.
Also, and Gabriel was the archangel to destroy the reprobates, the Nephilim. You know what I mean? The children of the sons of God or whatever.
You talking about the Quran? Or in Hadith?
Yeah, not in the Quran and the book of Enoch. He's the one that's sent to destroy the children that are produced from the union of humans and angels. But we know that according to Oahspe, those would have been the ions. So essentially what they're telling you in the book of Enoch is to destroy the reprobates in the book of Enoch, understanding that the Enoch comes from Ezra and them would have been the ions. You know what I'm saying? So Gabriel was sent to destroy the ions, or the faithists, if you just want to call them the faithists. Because you know they were going to war with the faithists at the time.
Yeah, those white, but yeah, them the faithists caught hell every time.
Yeah.
They were like, bro, them target practice for niggas.
Yeah, the sons of God would have been the faithists. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
right. Even the Forgotten Books of Eden tell you that. When
there's also, remember though, we got giant Ahuans on the earth who are teaching man that they are God. You dig what I'm talking about? And hence sons of God themselves. You dig what I'm talking about?
So in Genesis 6, the Ahuans would have been the great men of renown, the men of old. They would have been the product of the sons of God, mating with the mortal women. The Nephilim, if you actually read it in the Hebrew English transliteration, the Nephilim are not the product of the sons of God mating with mortal women.
No, the Nephilim, you're right, but the Nephilim are just Raphaim who circumcised themselves. Hence fall.
The Nephilim also means fallen ones.
Yeah, to hence fall away from the old religion.
Yeah.
But they were Baal worshipers. You got to understand, and they wasn't into that. And this is where you get your story in your 100,000 giant war narrative between Og and Nimrod, because Nimrod had took his group of Raphaim and circumcised them, or fell away, and became Nephilim.
Yeah,
you dig
what
I'm
saying?
saying?
Some of them were Neanderthal too. I think some of them were also Neanderthal.
It may possibly be, but I think more than what the people type, the people type would have been, it's the man type, because he could have been Asian and still huge as fuck, or American Indian and huge, and you see what I'm saying?
So it said the
African.
Nephilim were in the world in those days. It didn't specify where. It just said they were in the world in those days and also after the flood. So
Yeah.
no. But the misunderstanding is that the Nephilim are the products of the sons of God, which they're not, according to that passage.
And I got the Lost Book of King Og. It tells you where they called themselves the son, and man called them and praised them at certain times as the sons of God. You dig what I'm talking about? So they was teaching man, and this is why places like where you find the Ahuans, like Tot Ahuacan, which means the city of God, or where man becomes God. That same ideology is right in the name. You dig what I'm talking about? A place where a man becomes a god, and these are that ancient Ahuan stock, and the other ones that because obviously there was two. There had to be some stock because that Jaja was allowing to breed with everybody else. And remember, he said, "I gave you circumcision to let you know who you could and who you couldn't breed with." And unless we got there wouldn't be no Anguis, no us, no modern Gons, no Anguis, no Anguigons, no none of that stuff today. If the Ions wasn't breeding with Ions, you see what I'm saying? The Ahuans had to breed with Ions to produce the Anguis. So which one did Jaja allow to breed with them? Comes to find out, it's the quote unquote fallen ones. The Nephilim. You dig what I'm talking about? Not the Raphaim. You know what I mean? That's crazy though.
But if you want to take it back even further and make it make sense, the sons of God would have been goddamn Setanti's host.
Yeah, that's what they were.
Yeah. You know,
just taking it all the way back to the beginning, you know what I mean? Just adding on and shit. Because you got one account where we're talking about pre-flood, starting from Jared, 200 fallen angels, coming on down to Enoch, then to Noah, then the deluge. So that would be roughly little before 25,000 years, like let's say 25,000 years within that year. But then you got the actual account where it comes from, dealing with Setantes and his host of 4 million angels coming to the earth. They alighting on the angels.
That would have been Eve, though, too. They would have been Eve.
The ancient astronauts.
Or what in the sons of God really would have been, if in my interpretation, it wouldn't have been the sons of God wouldn't have been the host of Setantes. That would have been Eve. The sons of God, which means God had a son, would have been the Ions.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. So Setantes host would be
the Genesis 1 of the Bible. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
So in Genesis 1, the Elohim will be Setantes' crew coming down. Exactly. That way. You know what I'm saying? That would have been, because if you see after everything's done, the heavens are created, it says everything was finished and all is host. When we read the book of Setantes, that's what he does. He sets up the government, he sets up the host, he orders everything.
Right. He creates the organic heaven.
Yeah, so in Genesis 6, the sons of God will be the Ihans, and the Nephilim will be the fallen ones. That would have been those people that fell away from the faith. Also, they fell in cemetery for that breeding. Yeah, it would have been the Drooks, but it also would have been Ahuans that retrobred with Drooks.
Right.
And they would have been fallen through cemetery, because remember, the Ahuans, according to Oahspe, came onto the scene 3 times.
Yep.
Right.
So those Nephilim would have.
Ahuans was in the beginning with
with the Drooks.
Oh yeah, they had the whole family tree was in the beginning.
Yeah. So they fell away. But remember, the Ahuans, they were always back. They were flimflamsy. They were back and forth.
That's niggas for your ass right
there.
Yeah. He said, let me eradicate these niggas and bring them back goddamn 2,000 years later. I'm tired of these boys. Oh, shit. But no.
Just like some of those, well, I'm not going to say the San Khoi or the Khoi San, but, well, they might be.
Might be what? What you saying?
I know Susan B. Martinez, I think she believes that the Bushmen, the Khoi San, are like pre-flood. She thinks they pre-flood. She thinks she thinks that's what I think I read in one of her books. She thinks they like come from before, like, but I don't know if they. I don't know what they would be considered Ahoans or like mongrels or what have you, but I know they're small.
Yeah, they definitely from that from the iron
They
stock.
small, light skin, and look Asiatic.
Yeah,
but that's only some of them. That's only some
all
of
of them. Mm-hmm.
But still,
that's only some of them because you got short ones. You got short ones that's dark right next to them who are very short too, called Hottentots. They are Khoisan, right? But they look totally different, except they just short. There would be more what you call, I hate to use this word, like Africoid. You know what I mean?
Congoid.
Yeah, you know, like I hate, you know what I mean? They brown skin, more dark brown skin with the short curly hair. You dig what I'm talking about? And the Khoisan primarily got a mongoloidal like look. See what I'm saying? That's Khoisan.
Yeah. See, look at this one right here. They're like a straight China woman right there.
Right.
And look her skin. She ain't like no Congo Negro from the Congo.
No, and then but go look up the Hottentots. They are right in the same area. And mind you,
these supposed to be the oldest haplogroups right here.
This is what I'm saying. They in the same area. They the same people. But look at the difference.
Too. Central Africa too.
Yeah, and then you can't forget the Mbuti, the Batwa, all them up there in the Congo and all them. You dig what I'm talking about?
Hey, look, she yellow right here. Look, yellow.
And they the more Negroidal type. You dig what I'm talking about? But they the same people.
That's yellow right there.
Yo, I was watching. What was it, Joe? You ever watch Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I check him out every night. I see him on the Instagram. Come scrolling down.
You ever seen the episode where he had the Asian boy on there that went into the Congo looking for the dinosaur?
Yeah, I see that one.
Yo, you remember the part, bro, when he was talking about he wanted to kill the German guy that was with him because the German boy was eating all the rations and shit. But he said like when he chose not to kill him the next day. You remember the story he told you when he seen the pygmy in the tree?
Damn.
What happened?
Listen, he seen a pygmy in the tree. He said he was arguing with the bull that he was with because he went out to go look for a dinosaur. I forget why this German dude was with him. Yeah. But they said that they see this pygmy up in the tree and the pygmy comes down and, you know, they can't speak to each other. So they're like making like sign language and shit, like trying to eat or whatever. So the pygmy like smiles at them and takes them around like the corner from where they're at in the jungle to like this whole pygmy like settlement and shit. That's how he describes it. And he said that like a couple of the pygmy kids went up to him with the toy and shit, and they started doing this hand gesture, like putting their hands up to the air and shit, and he didn't know what they were saying. And there was like an elder there that knew some French, and the German boy knew French, so he was communicating with the elder, and he was asking the elder what the kids were saying, and they were telling the Asian boy that they're saying that he comes from the stars. And when he said that, Joe Rogan was like, "Yeah, that shit is deep." But that's what they said to the Asian boy. They said, "You come from the stars."
Yep, I remember that. Yep.
And when he said that, bro, that always stuck with me. And they didn't focus on that. And when he was talking about it, he said it. Joe said that was deep. And then they just moved off from there. I said, damn, they really said this bull come from the stars. Like, they never seen him before. Like, they seen something that looked like him. You know what I mean? That they believe came from the stars. So I was like, oh, shit.
And you know what? That's how it could have been back in the day with primitive man when they came across unknown tribes they never came across. They could have had a legend and a prophecy saying like, yo, you're going to come across a people that look like this or da-da-da-da. And when they finally travel or migrate out to another region or vice versa, they encounter. Now, keep in mind, I'm talking about primitive time where you ain't really venturing out. You don't even know the world like that and nothing like that. You come across another race, it's like, oh, that's like a South African bushman come across a Chinese man. A short Asian man, and you looking like, well, man, what type of person is you? Like, according to our legends, you know, the people were the, you know, they are the god. Just like how they do, what's his name? Prince Charles, when he go some part of Africa, they reverence him like a god.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And that's the same story that they say kind of happened with the Aztecs in Columbus. they said that they had stories about a pale-skinned dude that was going to be coming back from the east, right? And when you look into the stories of Quetzalcoatl, that's where they say he went, right? Now we know Quetzalcoatl was a servant of a false god and got butchered to lock in a Father, Son, Holy Ghost doctrine over here in America. You dig what I'm saying? It makes sense that they would have told the story that he coming back. Now we got Columbo, who probably lighter. Well, definitely, if the pictures of him being what he is, being a white dude coming from Italy is genuine, you dig what I'm talking about? He would have came over here and been much lighter than these copper-colored indigenous people that was here, especially like the Aztecs and Montezuma. Because when you look at Montezuma looked like me. You dig what I'm talking about? No doubt about it. And he would have been of Arawak, Taino, Lucayan, Kalinago, or basically some type of Carib Indian. You know what I mean?
That Quetzalcoatl, he was one of those 49 saviors that were sacrificed to seal the blood in Luamong's doctrines and Inichiza and Kabalactes.
And if you go notice the pictures of Quetzalcoatl, one of the major ones of Quetzalcoatl himself, he carrying the cross. He carrying the Christ on his back.
Look at the human sacrifice right there. I know we talk about the Bible and goddamn them sacrificing, but these niggas is over here putting it in work.
Is that Quetzalcoatl you got there on the search?
Say it again.
Is that Quetzalcoatl or whatever, however you call him?
I put in Aztec human sacrifices.
Put the guy, see what he looked like, because they said he said to be fair skinned.
Say it again. Now, who said?
They said the Quetzalcoatl is supposed to be fair skinned. So another
Q U.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not gonna picture him in that. He got all this shit on him. But somewhere in the legends, he's supposed to be like fair skinned or some shit like that. So that's probably why Columbus or any of the Europeans we then got away, them mistaking them for like their gods and shit, like because they were like fair skinned. You know, he's supposed to be.
That's what it say. I think that in the story too. I think that in the story.
Hey, look at this thing. Look at he got the goddamn stance of a Narmer with the.
Yo, for all we know, Quetzalcoatl's probably an Ayan. He's probably an Ayan that got deified after he died. For all we know,
he could have been. He very well could have been.
Not even on that type of shit that they're on, but they probably added that to him later on. You know what I'm saying? Just the whole fact he was fair skinned or whatever over here, like Ayans in the Americas and shit. Like,
no, he still could have been a fair skinned Negro.
He was
either way, or he could have been a white, or it could have been a white boy. Either way, he coming in the name of Luamong.
Yeah, another false
locking in that Father, Son, Holy Ghost doctrine. So if he came back later, if they had stories where he was supposed to come back and he was fair skinned or he was iron, they would have applied it to him anyway. You dig what I'm talking about? They would have applied it to him anyway, not understanding that the iron stock in America had a great portion of it that was pale skin, irregardless of what they call quote unquote race.
I think that's how the Europeans got light in Europe. I think they just made it with the indigenous Ayans that were there. Well, I don't want to say indigenous, but indigenous that they were there for a long time after the flood.
Well, Oahspe say they had aboriginals, people who came over
the aboriginals
first, you know, and even if they did have brown skin or whatever, they come out of that iron stock, so they got the genetic in them. And then we see people like Cheddar Man, and his modern descendants is white by genetics. It just and then if it was a two-way mix, that wouldn't make sense. And this is why people is so they still baffle. But if
What you
it's
mean
a
about
three-way mix, you know,
Brother
if
Sheila.
it's a three-way mix, it was stabilized. In pockets, if you did have the OCA2 gene or what lightens the skin up, you dig what I'm talking about. If you're breeding back with people who have those pockets of that, you can create a stabilized group. You see what I'm saying? In pocket of people, and then because you remember Oahspe say you got the Aboriginal European who already there, whatever he looked like. Then you got the Egyptians coming to mix in with them, and then you got the apostate Jews coming to mix in with these people.
10 tribes and coming in.
What you about to say, David? Hold on for a minute, cuz.
I was going to say on your Aztec sacrifice, I think that came along maybe a lot longer before than Quetzalcoatl. I think that was during the time of Ahura, where he says something about let him be sacrificed of the heart, circumcised of the heart. And that was, way back. I want to say after the time of Fragapati.
I think that's during the time of the Ark of Lu, because he definitely had head flattening over here, So why wouldn't he have had if he was tending towards war, and they called him Itura over there? Yeah. And if he was tending towards war and bloody sacrifice, and he already gave him head flattening, blood sacrifice would have been an easy thing to get across.
Yeah. Like I say, that was Satusk, who took the name of Ahura Mazda, and he was called over here Itura. It's all in the I believe so. Wars.
No, that's pre-wars. The interesting thing about that is that's during the Book of Divinity. So we're talking
7,000 BC to 3953 BC.
So let's say that's going on then. But then the Aztecs, literally, that doesn't go back that far. But what we do see is a reoccurrence of the same act, the Luamung.
With Luamung.
Find the Aztecs under Luamung reign, but they're carrying out them same acts that Ahura would have brought. So maybe Luamung would have came and read the records like, oh, they used to doing this. Oh, I'm trying to get the Israelites to do cow sacrifices, and they're giving me a problem. These cats over here willing to do human sacrifice. Let me go ahead and nip this in the bud. Boom.
And then we know the time that it was delivered. It's still ancient. It's in between 350 and 150 BC. So on average, 250 BC, we find classic Aztecs stepping onto the scene.
Exactly.
Right out the Mayans, and at the so-called end of the Olmec civilization. I think Olmecs are Mayans, but we see a whole different people group. You did what I'm talking about, being represented, coming in with the Aztecs, but they come in with Quetzalcoatl right at 250. It's 250-ish to 200 BC. Remember, they only had 200 years to drop these 49 saviors before Yeshua was born.
Right.
So it's only between 350 and 150 that all of these 49 saviors come. You see what I'm saying? So this is why when we look in the ancient times, 250 BC, we see Quetzalcoatl popping up on the scene out of the fall of the Olmec civilization, and the birth of the Mayans and the early Aztecs. You see what I'm saying? Because the Aztecs that Columbus would have seen, right, would have been in the 1500s. You dig what I'm saying? So we talking well over 1,000 years apart. You know what I mean? So the process of blood sacrificing humans would have still been very old, right? Even though in 250 BC, even though it may have died out or may not even have been here during Ahura's time, because Ahura got the people to war.
Yeah,
he got the people to war. You know what I mean? So
that influence would have lasted a long time because there was no other false gods to disturb it. It was just one God reigning, one false God reigning all that time.
Yeah,
that's wild, yo.
So it could have went both ways, and or also it could have went a third way, that Ahura gave it, and then Christ did a second time.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. All they doing is recycling the same shit.
Well, yeah, recycling those same old, this same old trick.
Because Jesus is supposed to be the Passover lamb. He's supposed to be a human sacrifice.
Wow.
He's supposed to be the final sacrifice for sin.
The crazy part is they call him the lamb.
What'd you say, Lucy?
No, I was saying Ahura called himself the Lamb of God, right? Like the lamb.
So no, Osiris.
Oh, Osiris did. Yeah,
it was right. Osiris with the tower and the said. You dig what I'm talking about? The bull and the ram or the goat. I mean the sheep.
The Aries symbol.
Yep.
We gotta keep in mind, Osiris' dominion is not just Egypt. That shit is Mesopotamia too.
Yeah, through Baal.
And it's Europe.
Right.
And it's Europe. We got to remember the very first Cernunnos is Osiris, the very first one eye or Odin, before Baal ever got it, and after Anuhasaj had it. Osiris usurps the title Odin. You dig what I'm talking about? They were many of these gods at the same time, or during different times. They just usurped the name.
See, that's where the confusion coming at, because you got one. That's like you got the original 50 Cent and the rapper 50 Cent. Now you got some cats don't even know about the original 50 Cent. They just know 50 Cent. Same thing with Rick Ross.
Right.
Rick Ross. You got some cats. I mean, I know the original Rick Ross, but they know the rapper Rick Ross. Right. So imagine if 2 or 3 more cats copied the name Rick Ross, and now you got about 5 cats, and you don't know, and all of them got a story.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, bro. So
and
that's the dope shit about Oahspe. It reveals those layers. Go ahead, Lucian.
No, I said the Oahspe also said that sometimes false gods, like even by them taking the name, they also co-opt some of the doctrines or whatever, because it's easier instead of having to destroy it all and then building it all back up again.
That's what we see that everywhere anciently. Everywhere.
They co-opt the other gods' policies and commandments or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They mainly just want control of the people. You know what I mean? Like the souls are going to the heavens, so they already got control of the heavenly kingdoms. So if they got control of the heavenly kingdoms and they just keep the doctrines the same, those adherents will go into those kingdoms that they already have control of. You know what I'm saying? So
facts. And that's explained in the wars against Jehovah when they didn't remember the jinn. Remember when people came and conquered wherever they was at, they didn't destroy the oracle houses and the jinns. You dig what I'm talking about? They kept them going, but now we know just different angels were supplanting the information through the jinn. Right. You see what I'm saying? They never harmed the jinn. They let the oracles keep on.
It's like now you got war going on, but they don't destroy the hospitals, the colleges, and the schools.
Right.
Unless you over there in goddamn Iraq somewhere, they just decimating everything. They're at the point where, because when you look at the behavior of an arc cycle, it says the first 200 to 400 years, man is on the road of enlightenment, build libraries. About 600 years, they go to war, but the libraries are not destroyed, and the general intelligence of man is still there. But then comes a period of 1,000 years of darkness when the libraries, everything is destroyed, and man is reduced back down to ignorance and vice. Goo goo gaga damn near, because if you ain't got no library to teach kids the alphabet, and you know what I mean, they become illiterate.
Hey, dig this though. If we going by the times and the half times, where are you counting from? Are you counting from the end of the fall of Esdra, 1448, and that would be your 600 years? Because we see we going into a Dan at that time, a semi-Dan. Or are you starting your counting from 1848? You did what I'm talking about in the era of Cosmon, using the timetable of prophecy, and we'll be only in the 176th year.
We'll be on the upcline of the cycle. But then you got the 1,000 year, the medieval time. They say that's 1,000 years, and then you got the Renaissance, the revival. So even in the history of man, you see the behavior of the arc cycle from a dark period coming into an enlightened age.
My thing is
where
this.
we at on the planet, though.
Let me ask y'all fellas this. If the behavior of a arc cycle is to rise and fall, and then towards the end, you did what I'm talking about, it is falling till it hits an etheric Dan time, right? And then starts climbing. If that is the nature, where is the fall of civilization the 100, 200 years before the Cosmine era? I'm trying to figure it out. Is it something we missing? Did something happen? And man wasn't wiped out, but a great part of history was wiped out, maybe buried. Because I'm just looking at the rise and fall of an arc cycle, and when we're going before the Etherian light is usually the darkest points, right? It's usually the darkest point. So if in 1848 we start climbing, where was the bottom at in 1847? We see Jesus get kicked out of Rome in 1847, right? Pope kicked Jesus out and became the vicar of Christ, right? But where is the bottom at in society the 100 years before? You see what I'm saying? Are we missing something?
It's a recap because each arc cycle, each timetable is based off a country.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have to do a 3,000 year mark just for Rome alone, then another one just for, let's say, the Levant. And let's just say, well, we now fresh in the Americas. You know what I mean? But we could just track the history because the last arc cycle started with Moshe, 1546. You see the events that took place with that. You know what I mean? Not just historically, but geographically wise.
Because 200 years before that would be 1648, right?
And then remember you got the European Dark Ages.
Yeah, but
and then the Renaissance.
But all that come. And then
you remember it says that Cosmine was on an incline anyway prior to Cosmine.
Yeah, isn't there like I don't know the word to use. It's like I don't want to say pregame, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, okay, so 1848 was supposed to be the dawn of Cosmine, right?
Yeah, that's supposed to be when the Earth entered the Ark of Cosmine, according to the Oahspe.
Okay, so the Aquarian age will be what then?
The Aquarian age started in 2017.
Yeah, they got a different way of tracking because the what's that? What you call it? The zodiacs. They run more for like a 2,000 plus year cycle.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, I gotta go shoot out real quick, man. Hey, love, light, balance out there to all y'all brothers, man. Good lesson today, man, and keep going. See live, man. My brother, man. Shout out Luciu, shout out David Long. Y'all go over there to Cosmine Cal TV, man. Sub, like, share, man. Hey, look, breathe in, let that light in, man. I'm Cosmonian, and I'm out.
Safe out there, Brody.
Peace.
Yeah, what you were saying, Lucy?
No, I was just what I was originally gonna say is that we also got to remember the Oahspe ain't perfect, so it might be an error. We have to be open to that. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Because that's because you can find things in your own understanding. You dig what I'm saying? So
right.
But I'm not good with the mathematics. You know what I mean? So I can't really comment on it. But I'm just saying that's also a possibility. You know what I mean?
For example, let me show you an inconsistency with rounding the years up. Let me go to this right here. Let me share my screen.
I know if I go to the standard edition website of the Oahspe and I look at like their studies or whatever, and their time they date it a little bit differently, you know.
Like for example, with the let me see. Like it says one orbit is 4,700,000 years. And then it says, a sum is 576,000 years. But let me come to the conflict.
And this is not a bad thing for anybody. I know Sailor, I don't got to explain this to David or to Sailor or whatever, but for anybody that thinks like, oh, is it inconsistency? That's actually a good thing. You know what I mean?
Not to cut you, but that's why I'm glad you always bring up the point that the book is not immaculate. You know what I mean? So here's the discrepancies right here. So within the arc cycle. So in the synopsis of 16 cycles, I got that wrong. It's supposed to be 1,500. And that's supposed to be 40, yeah. But that's off right there. But in another one, the Book of Jehovah 7:2 is 47, 4,700,000. And it gives you these number of arc cycles, 1,566 arcs. Book of Asham gives you 4,608,000 years divided by 3,000. So here's the discrepancies of the arc cycles. One, I think it's supposed to be 1,500 arc cycles. And this one is 1,566 arc cycles. The third one is 1,536 arc cycles. So these are the three discrepancies in a joint. And that would be the discrepancies with the age of morals too. When you do the math, 13,272,000. The second, 13,072,000. Third, 12,088,000, whatever. But I got to go back to this. I did this a while back. I got to just critique it some. But I just showing that there's inconsistencies with the number of arc cycles to get the orbit of the solar system, which would be, because one brother said the orbit of the solar system is 4,700,000 years. But then when you divide the 576,000 years by the 8, you're gonna get 4,706. I mean 4,608,000 years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's good because that shows that Oahspe already tells you that it's not immaculate. That it already tells you that books are imperfect, Jehovah never, and the only true book of the Creator is the Book of Creation.
Exactly.
In itself. So it's always going to promote you to actually go look for yourself and look at these patterns yourself. So the fact that the Oahspe even has discrepancies is good because it doesn't posit to be an immaculate book. But when you look at the Tanakh and those books and the Quran, all those texts, they purport to be immaculate.
Exactly.
To be perfect. And we're showing that they're not. If the Oahspe ain't perfect, they're not perfect. And the Oahspe has higher spiritual knowledge and higher science.
That's why this is Battle of the Holy Books, nigga. We taking a shot at the Oahspe now. First it was Bible, then the Quran, the Egyptian text. Now, nigga, we on the Oahspe ass. Nigga, it's fair game over here. But check it. Look at the first orbit is 4,700,000 years. That's what Oahspe says, one circuit. It says we're in the third circuit right now. So that means a third circuit in the seventh garden, we're 3,456,000 years in the third circuit. In the age of man, 72,000. The math on this. So the age of man on earth would be 13 million. And this got 72,000 years. This is a rough draft number. You know what I mean? As far as the age of man on the earth. Because, up here it says in the book of Santanti, Son of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 29, it states, and the record of the great serpent, being the solar system, showed in the firmament of Tiamat in the third circuit of the sea Vorkum and Dani 24. So here's one circuit. One circuit is 4,700,000. Here's two circuits. That'll bring you to 9,400,000. And we're in a third circuit, seventh garden, Dani 24. Meaning 72,000 years. That's a half of it. That's Dani 24 times 3. That'll give you that 72,000. So we're in the third circuit. So 6 complete gardens will give you 3,556,000, counting just the 6. And then we in
me, bro, because I'm not good with the math at all.
yeah. But this is a rough draft. We're not actually make it presentable. I'll make it to where it'll be easily understood. But this is just to show how the Oahspe age the planet or humans on the planet as roughly over 13 million years old.
But check it. How old were you when you were doing this?
When the Oahspe?
Well, all this shit that you're doing, this is you,
Yeah,
right?
this is back, you know what I mean? Shit, 14 years ago.
Oh shit. See, that's what I'm saying.
But shit, all back when we was kicking it, you know what I'm saying? It was just that, you know, you know, Oahspe gives you numbers to play with, so it take time to just put the shit together and try to play with it.
But what about them videos you had on YouTube where you had the whole John, the whole
fucking chart of shit. You talking about this shit right here? Shit, what that shit? The timetables of prophecy.
yeah.
This shit right here.
That was around the same time, or that was before.
Yeah. All around this time, I knew that. Cause see, what caught the attention of the age was right here when it states, wait at right here. First, all right, let's go right here. Like in the book of Asham, Son of Jehovah 3:3, it says, "And I examined the records of the star of heaven and the earth, and the accounts of Jehovah's harvest, and I perceived the bondage and labor of the red star to earth were in the 7th magnitude in the advanced habitable worlds." So this is the 7th magnitude right here, basically the 7th garden, right? So this is where we're at right now, in the 7th garden. Now, when we come down to the book of Synthantes, in this one it says we're in the 3rd circuit. So here's the 1st circuit, one orbit. Here's a 2nd orbit, and we're in the 3rd. We're in the 3rd orbit within the 7th garden, right? We're in the 7th garden. One age is 144,000 years. The next age is 144,000 years. We're in the halfway mark of that point. So I just did all the math basically to sum it up to get to the point. The age of man on earth would be 13,078,175 years. That'll be the exact date of man, of the age of man on earth, starting from the 1st circuit.
Yeah, I only bring it up because the years with the charts and shit like that you had, I only bring it up because I was talking about like just the inspiration alone that was given to you to even rack your brain with the dates and shit, bro, and adding the math up. Like, you know that you had, you know, entities over you guiding you to do that shit.
Yeah, I'll agree to that, yo. I'll agree to that because the shit was overwhelming, man. It was like it gave you something. It's not like you just reading the Oahspe. You do read it, but then it comes to a point where it's like, yo, an arc cycle is 3,000 years, and my orbit of oh, that's math. Oh, I can add that up. I can subtract that. I could put that on the timeline. And then James Denon, you know, the removing of the Oahspe, removing the enigma of Oahspe by James Denon in '96 when he put out that, you know, he basically laid this out. This is what he laid out right here, and I just enhanced them. I just enhanced the joint. He laid this out. This is what John Denon laid out right here. This is the timetables of prophecy. He laid it out all the way up until right here. This is where John Denon stopped at. He stopped at the Gedar periods. I extended it all the way down. All the way down. I extended it all the way down to the 11-year cycles, right down here. The one Adi. So you got one Adi, which is the 11-year cycles, one Adi, and then I bring it up to a generation, which is 33 years. Then we bring it up to a century, which is 99 years or 100 years. Then we bring it up to a time, which is 400 years, and a half time of 200 years. So you got the time and half time right here. And then we bring it up to an arc cycle of 3,000 years right here. And within the arc cycle, we show the 7.5 times, right? And then above the arc cycle, we show the era, 12,000 years, which is 4 arc cycles. 4 arc cycles make 12,000. And then we bring it up to what they will call a procession, or the 24,000 year period, the Gedals, which is 8 arc cycles right here. And then we bring it up. We bring it up from the 24,000 year period to the 72,000 year periods, the half ages, and the half age is 3 24,000 year periods. And 144,000 years is 6 Gedal periods of 24,000 years. So right here is one age of 144,000 years. Then we bring it up to the 4 ages right here. The time of Simu, the time of creation, the time of the summer age, the fall, and the winter. The first, second, third age.
I'm gonna show us how you rolling, bull.
And then we bring it back up to the 8 gardens. So that's the whole breakdown from 4,701 years down to 11 years. So we got the whole shit charted out. You know what I'm saying? That's the dope shit about Oahspe. It gives you the shit to play with. And then once you get the layout and you put the histories in the layout, it's like shit. All right, well, you know what I mean? Everything is there. You know what I'm saying? We want to talk about Egypt. Oh, nigga, we go to the 23rd arc cycle. How specific you want to get within the 23rd arc cycle? You know what I'm saying? So that's the dope shit about it, man.
That's how you know that's the higher like, because a man don't just wake up and just make charts like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's not something.
Yo,
That's
that's real, yo. Who the hell created? Who came up with that idea? Because Jim Denton is the one who played with it. So, but in the Book of Ashong, it gives you a Danai from one Danai is 3,000 years and one cube. It gives you the number. So when you start playing with it, you can start drawing it out. And then to draw that out and bring it into the time period of human history, that's the killer right there, bro. I was like, yo. And then not only bringing it to the human history, showing you the gods and history simultaneously influencing each other. That shit is crazy. I'm like, yeah, this is a whole other beast right here. They can hate John Newbro. They can say he a dentist, but y'all ain't coming against this Oahspe, bro. And y'all just mad because a white man came with it. Shame on you. You should be thankful of the information that is something out there for you to, you know, expand your mind, something to play with. But you want to focus on all the colonizer, the slave master. That's why I always go back and show them, like, if you want to blame the colonizer, they got it from the Bible. They got it in Leviticus, how to treat a slave and all that. We always level the playing ground over here. Until they ready to deal with the information, I'm going to always level the playing ground with them.
But that's good. You provided them charts. You don't say you expanded on them. You provided that because not everybody has the discipline and the patience to even, you know, those that read the Oahspe to even do that. So that's good that you even put that out there, you know, because I know a lot of my charts I copy from watching your YouTube videos. Like when you had that big ass chart, that timeline on there,
oh man, that shit was it right
down.
there.
Yeah, like I copied it down and shit like that, and then I just started to, you know, I didn't really have to tweak anything, you know what I mean? I just started adding the gods or whatever, like, and looking at.
Yeah, you put your tweak on it. That's the dope shit about it. Everybody put their tweak on it and be like, yo, let me see what you came with. Boom. This what let's place that here. You know what I mean? Like even on the scroll I had, man, I had all the histories in there. You know what I mean? But that shit was like dope because like you looking at the chart and you looking at all the histories from 30, because I had 3953 BC all the way up until 1848. So I had the 23rd and the 24th arc cycle on a big ass scroll, and I put a lot of the histories in there. And you could just look, it's just an open book. Like they say, the book of life is an open book. The arc cycles are the open book because not only that, you can see the histories of human history, the rise and fall of nations within that. You can see the influence of the gods during that same time, the rise and fall of the gods and their effect on the earth history. And then you got the cosmological times of Ajah Jaya place within the arc cycle. And you could see when Jaja say 400 years within the arc cycle, I sent Ajah, you put it in there, and then you can see how the nations went to war starting from that point forward. So it's like, the shit is an open book. And it's like, boom, there you go. You know what I'm saying? So once you get it, it's like smooth sailing after that. Once the time label is, once the time chart is laid out, it's smooth sailing. It ain't even nothing to debate, to be honest.
The charts help out a lot. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think I just set the chart that I was talking about, I sent it to somebody because I shared when you got all live, I shared your video and shit. So I shared the chart. I said he's talking about the arc cycles, and I shared the chart, and then he read it. He was like, interesting. You know what I mean? Because then you start, because I already got it down with the guys, the arc cycle, what this is, like fall civilizations, flooding of Pan, you know what I mean? Astrology brought to man. So it breaks it down, and you know what time periods to go look at. So that's why I tell people, that's why we do timeline, so we can actually go back and look at these things and see if these things take place or what the Oahspe purports. You know,
exactly.
And then you want to look at the dates of when these things were discovered too. You know what I mean? Like the Oahspe was published in what? 1882. So you have archaeological finds that are things that are spoken about in the Oahspe that are found after the publication of the book. How's that?
Exactly. Facts. And for what he's talking about, family, let me share my screen. Years ago, what's the date on this? This is 9 years ago. 9 years ago, I had put up this video where I had, put the chart up. Let me show it real quick. Skim through. Look, share screen. Is that it? There you go. All right, you can see that.
Yeah.
This the chart Louis talking about. I had there. That same chart I showed you on the graph is this right here. I ain't gonna play the audio, but
Well, you was young as shit, boy.
that was 9 years ago. So that's just, nigga just going through the chart. Put all that together right there. Even got the Gadol degrees on there, the 97, 96. 4 below normal would be the inhabitable age of man on Earth, 94 degrees right there. So that's 48 arc cycles. 48 arc cycles equal to 144,000 years. You see it on the chart right there. So I had this on the wall right here before you go downstairs in my crib. I had it on the wall. I'm going to make another one, though. Bump that. I'm making another one. So those are the arc cycles right there. And then where we going after that? So there go the top part. The 4 ages up there. You see the winter, fall, the 4 ages up there. 144,000 years of age. And then you got, this is where we at the time of inhabitation. 144,000 years, bringing them to 2 half of 72,000 years. So we're right here right now in the inhabitable age right here. We're at the midway marker. Gadol period of 297 on the urge of 96. Gadol degrees. We're in the third 24th. This is each these degrees, this we say 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94. Those are the vortexian degrees or the inhabitable age for humans on the planet. So this shit is not based off of war and destruction. This shit is based off of geographical temperatures of the earth and your body temperature. That shit is wild. All right.
That's how you prophesy.
Right. Now look at the first age. Look at the Gadol degrees, time of creation. The earth is too hostile for man to be living on the planet at this time. It says 104 is inflammation and it's fever. Man to be dead.
That took 144,000 years. In the book of Revelation is 144,000. I think from 144,000 are saved.
Say it again.
About the 144,000 in the book of Revelation that are sealed.
Exactly. And it's crazy because the 144,000 is supposed to be 12,000 of each tribe, but 12,000 years is an error. 12 times 12 is 144,000. So even on a cosmological scale, I don't know if Luamong was aware of that or if he played that card with the numbers. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure Luamong, if we aware of this shit, I'm sure these niggas would have got privy of the timetables of prophecy. Ain't no way.
Luamong was the wisest out of the triunes. He knew the most. I think he studied the most. I think it doesn't say, all these histories that we got in the Oahspe, according to the Oahspe, they're just summaries of what are in the libraries of heaven. So whenever you die and cross over and you get access to them books, like the true books that the Oahspe is summarized from, you're probably going to see him studying like Ahura and Anuhasa and all of them, you know what I mean? And before that, he probably was really because he would have been around. He was a high lord.
Exactly.
He was a high-rated angel. He had a kingdom and shit like that. But he was one of those lords that wasn't preparing. They were warned about the darkness to come in the heavens, and he didn't prepare. So he fell along with his other triunes. But they would have been around. They would have been around with Baal, Astaroth. They would have seen all that. So he probably, some of it probably piqued his interest. And when he went to go do his thing, because remember when he first started doing everything, he still had good intent.
Yeah, exactly. Facts. They ain't start off evil gods. As a matter of fact, they eradicated all the evil gods.
Yeah, all the old gods that were evil that demanded sacrifice, all the fertility gods or whatever, with the orgies and the male prostitutes and shit, the child sacrifices. Yeah, they got rid of all that shit. You right?
That's crazy.
Gabriel for real through Luamong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Gabriel was playing no games, man. He was running through it.
But yeah, Luamong would have knew all this. That's why he put it in it's in the book. The book of Revelation is a Kabbalistic book anyways. That's like a Masonic book, bro. That's like, you really look at it. There was at one point the early Christians they didn't want the Book of Revelation part of the New Testament.
Right, facts.
The things that were written in there.
It was scared. I know people to this day scared of the Revelations, and a certain Christian don't want to read the Book of Revelations.
The book is for the initiated. Look how John talks. For those that have understanding, for those that can calculate.
Right.
Meaning everybody didn't have understanding. That book is all symbolic, bro. It's all symbols and metaphors and allegories and shit. That's what the Book of Revelation is. Exactly. Supposedly, elites that run everything, that's their guidebook.
Yeah, that's a crazy book right there, yo. That's I don't know what Lou Among must have been on some shrooms when he wrote down. And 7 dragons came out, which would be the 7 nations, and the 10 horns are the 10 crowns of. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, the red dragon with the 7 heads and the 10 crowns, and then you got the beast that comes out of the earth and the beast that comes out of the sea.
But see, my thing,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm like, all right, so you want everybody to be Israelites, so you want everybody to follow the God of the Bible, but then when we come to the end game, when New Jerusalem comes down from heaven to earth, that's the end game. Regardless if you're Israelite, regardless of what nation you are, you're going to be inside of a box at the end of the day.
Yeah, bro. The New Jerusalem, that's Hepsendai coming down from the heavens.
Yo, he said
remember that little monk? That's Hepsendai. That was his kingdom.
Right. You right. Yo, that'll be crazy. Because you know, Oahspe talk about these false gods fall to the earth. Their kingdoms will fall to the earth. Like damn near meteorites. That should have fall to the earth like meteorites. Especially when Aja come. You know what I mean? The density of called their kingdoms to fall. Even to the earth. I'm like, damn.
And you gotta think about what their kingdoms look like. Because the earthly kingdoms are probably influenced by what they look like in the heavens. So he probably had like a mixture of like Egyptian, Roman, Greek, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's how we get it. Exactly. Because the pyramids was inspired by Osiris. Osiris said, I will show you measure for measure. So if he's given Thutmose the blueprint, then where he get the blueprint from? His heavenly kingdom. You know how massive them spiritual pyramids probably is?
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, the expanse going, you know, it broadens out. Each plateau broadens out. You know, so these kingdoms is massive. You know, they be talking about the kingdoms extended through Shem, Ham, and Japheth on the northern side. That's one kingdom. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So you can, and then like Judge just said, these, these kingdoms are built up just like earthly kingdoms. They're material. They have foundation. They have concrete.
They're more vast though, because look at the layers of the atmosphere, bro. I was looking at the other night, like last night, I was looking at the layers of the atmosphere and how they like extend out.
Right.
Yeah. Them heavenly kingdoms, them lands, like the atmosphere is so vast, bro, that even though Oahspe tells you there's regions in the atmosphere that's never been inhabited by no kind of angel.
Exactly. Yeah, it's still uninhabitable regions right here in the Earth's atmosphere. But then if these atmospheres, if they're able to manipulate the material like we manipulate minerals on Earth and create solid things, kingdoms. So if these kingdoms are capable of falling to the earth, I'm like, yo, especially through Aja when the atmosphere condenses more, and then it breaks apart and falls to the earth. We thinking it's just some regular meteorites, not knowing like, yo, that's a piece of Lou Among Kingdom right there falling, and we looking at it thinking it's meteorites and shit. That's some limestone falling from the heavens right there. Fire and brimstone. That shit is wild.
And that is crazy to think about, just the atmosphere and regions in general and how you can't see them and they're in different densities, you know, like how the Oahspe describes it, like you don't see them because of the velocity.
Yeah, and that's where the electromagnetic spectrum comes in. I see that's why we can prove these things with science. We're not talking spooked out when we bring up that the worlds are unseen, and then we just speaking spooky. No, you have the electromagnetic spectrum, which is proven. Let me take this off real quick. Share my screen. The electromagnetic spectrum is seen and unseen. There you go right there. Visible light, invisible light.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Maybe I got them bring out the show. Just wanted to show the meter. Let me get the visuals right here. There we go. This is the electromagnetic spectrum. This is what we would classify as what? Visible light and invisible light. That which we see is right here. 400 to 700 nanometers. That's visible light. And they go to wave frequencies of visible light right there. But if you notice on the far end, on the 400 nanometer, if you drop down to 300 nanometer, it's going to be going so fast that we're not going to be able to see it. This is the realm of spirit. The realm of spirit is the ultraviolet, the X-ray, and the gamma ray. And on the opposite end, the slower frequency, the infrared, radar, TV, FM, AM. Now, if you notice, if you look at a lot of the old movies in the 80s, like some of these, I forgot the name of that movie. Damn. They always show you that the spirits would interfere with the radio waves. It's a couple movies where it shows spirits interfering with the radio waves, the TV frequency. I don't know if it was Poltergeist or what. I forgot the name of that movie. Babe, what's the name of that movie? Remember when the girl was in the TV and she got
you talking about she would watch the TV and get like mesmerized? You're talking about the girl coming out of the TV?
Yeah, it was a little blonde-headed, white, little young girl. It was a movie
you're talking about Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
Poltergeist. Okay, that was Poltergeist. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but she died actually.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep, the little girl died. But her, even in that movie, you see that the spirit or the entity was communicating through the radio wave frequency. That entity. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? So, and a lot of them ghost hunters and stuff like that, they use the electromagnetic spectrum to pick up on spirit.
Yeah.
Spirit is frequency.
Supposedly the best kind of thing they use is like the old voice recorders.
Exactly.
For some reason, I forget why, but they said they're like the best to use. But I used to watch some of that, like the people that would go out and like record, ask questions.
Because that was used with electromagnetic tape, the old tape recorders.
Okay.
What they call?
Electromagnetic tape.
Let me pull that up real quick.
The old tape recorders.
In the old tape recorders.
Let's run a cop one of these joints. Oh yeah, that's okay. That's the exact same one they used on because I'm a horror person, a horror movie person. That's the one they used on The Conjuring.
Mm-hmm.
These are some of the stuff they used on The Conjuring. I don't know if y'all familiar with the movie The Conjuring.
The silver one over there to the far right, that's the one that I think they were like.
This one?
No, the one right next to it. Yeah, that one. Or one of something like it. They're like one of the best ones to use. But all of them, for real, they got like what David says, the electromagnetic tape. Then that's why they use them. And they just go out and record and they just speak, you know what I mean? And then they go back to wherever and they just replay everything. And then you're supposed to like hear things.
Watch this in Conjuring.
Because the spirits are like energy, so they interact with the
frequency, right?
Yeah.
Now look, this is the movie The Conjuring right here, and they go the same thing right there. Because in the movie they use the tape, and the entity picks up, but the entity is talking backwards. So when they rewind the tape, they're saying, "Please help me, please help me." When they rewind it, they get it. You know what I mean? But that joint, they use that in The Conjuring. They use that same electromagnetic tape. I'm trying to see if they got any more pictures, but that's one of it right there, though. You see it.
Yeah, it gets spooky, bro. When you start doing that type of, after a while, it starts getting a little spooky.
Yeah, because then you realize that the spirit world is real. And like I said, when I was in Brooklyn, boy, I had that experience, boy, that shit had me like, wow, this shit is real. Like, it's real, but when you have an experience, that changed the narrative right there.
when they play back some of them audios, when they like after already knowing the Oahspe, being familiar with it, it reminded me of like they will play it back like Bull being a graveyard. And he will go back home, play it back, and then you hear all kind of things. Like you'll hear like, "Oh, John is over here," and you hear somebody scream Jesus, and you hear people talking over here, and it reminds me of like in the Oahspe where it says that the first resurrection is like a noisy medley.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Where you just hear all kind of like there's no kind of organization. Everything is like
talking.
Yeah, and that's what it reminded me of when I heard the recordings. You just hear all kind of like somebody just shouting Jesus, somebody saying I'm Jesus, you know. Somebody having a conversation, somebody screaming for help.
Mm-hmm. All that is going on in the frequency right side of visible light. So you could be standing right in the midst of a crowd of people, all that's going on. And when you're able to get a source, a technology to tap into that frequency, you pick them sound waves up, and you're like, damn, man, it sounds like a bunch of people talking when we was out there, and there was nobody there. The overlapping of worlds, yo, that shit is crazy.
Yep. And just the ways that you can, erode the barriers to the spirit realm. That's how I look at the spirit realm as parallel to our world. You know what I mean? Like they're parallel. You ever seen the movie Constantine?
Yep.
Like that. Remember however he did his little ritual to go into hell or whatever, and how hell was basically just a parallel of everything that was around him?
Exactly. Because he was still where he was at physically, but spiritually he was in the same, but in the outside of visible light.
Mm-hmm.
See, when you tap in outside of visible light and tap into the next realm, when you tap into this frequency, like visible light. Let me come back to that real quick, because it's crazy when you think about it, right? You go back to that electromagnetic spectrum. Now, visible light, look how small the space is for visible light. Look how small the space is in comparison to the wavelength of UV, infrared, X-ray, gamma ray, and vice versa. Look how small the space is. So what we see is not even a fraction of what's in what we call the wavelength of light. But when if we was to go into the infrared range, that's a whole world. That is a whole world encased in its own. The UV ray, the UV frequency, that's a range encased in its own. It's a whole existence going on in this realm. This is in comparison to like the first heaven, the second heaven, and the third heaven. The third heaven will be your gamma ray. Your second heaven will be your X-ray. Your first heaven will be your UV. And your earth plane will be your visible light. And your below the grades would be your infrared and your radio wave, very flow frequency, Georgian frequency. So that shows you right there that each frequency, there's an existence, because the proof of it is in our existence. In our existence, in this wave frequency, is tangibility, it's trees, it's cars, it's you have the exact same thing going on in each frequency.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a thing within a thing, vortices within vortices, flesh within spirit. And then when you enter the spirit, you have spiritual realms within spiritual realms.
Yep. And
that shit is crazy.
Therian realms are crazy. You know what I mean? But true God,
exactly.
Yeah, the Therian realms, before we go there, your true God says that his kingdom is made of like paradise is light. His kingdoms are made of light.
Exactly.
Like straight light. And then you got the Etherian kingdoms where they're like the snowflakes. The snowflakes are a sign of the Etherian kingdoms, how they're like a world within a world, you know what I mean? And like they're not spherical, you know what I mean? They're like
you said, like a snowflake.
Snowflake.
Just imagine we in a chariot and we looking out traveling through this cosmos, and we see a big ass goddamn snowflake from the distance. And then as we get closer, then it becomes out, it becomes subjective. But of the objective view, we see it from a distance. And then when we get close, this shit is a whole damn near a whole universe, a whole world, galaxies within that one snowflake, yo. The theory of the world is crazy. Arches 1,000,000 miles high and shit, thousands of miles high.
Yeah, I imagine them looking like big ass space stations and shit, but I don't know, like not exactly like that, but like obviously, I don't know, bro. Like I don't know, like you can't really
Say they
fathom.
inhabitable like the Earth. They inhabitable within and with us. So man.
So that means they got fauna, they got water, they will have lakes, mountains and shit. But it's weird to think about it on that as opposed to on a sphere.
Right.
And think about it, they probably have creatures we never seen before. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like
they said they're in a whole orbit of their own. He said their rules are not even governed by our rules. They got things that worlds that'll blow our mind. And then my thing is like, how big are the people? Are they still our sizes? That we in this a million mile arch, and we 6 feet looking at this? Or are there beings 1,000 feet? You know what I mean? It's like the magnitude is crazy of Jah creation. As far as the size of the sentinel beings, celestial. Like, is there some cats that's tall as got, nigga stand up and he's standing where the moon at? You know what I mean? Like the magnitude of
learn
man.
to be that way.
Huh?
I said, I guess through your education, you could probably learn how to grow in size or whatever. I would assume. You know what I mean?
Look at the end. You got the end, but look how big we are in comparison to the end. Yeah. Although we're in a human, but just showing you the magnitude of how big humans would be on other inhabitable worlds. That's 3 times, 4 times, 10 times the size of the Earth.
I kind of heard. I kind of heard.
What's happening?
Peace.
Go ahead, Cosmo.
I kind of heard something. I was coming back into the crib, man. Somebody was saying something about some inconsistencies in Oahspe in the time chart. It's not. There ain't no inconsistency in that part. What we're looking at and what we got to understand is why you see the 2 different times, right? Is because they're measuring one off a lunar cycle and they're measuring the other off a solar cycle. So when you see the difference, like they'll round it up to 4.7 in one and it'll be 4.8 in the other. You dig what I'm talking about? They're rounding up and down, just trying to get round numbers, as factors. But then, so I just wanted to know at that part where you're seeing it, what seems like an inconsistency, it's not. Then you got to understand that one is using the sun at one point and one is using the moon at the other point. So this is why it looked like it's a discrepancy between the 13.2 million years in one cycle of man being on Earth and like a 12.8 in the other. You see what I'm saying? It looked like
the time fluctuate because you got a one breakfast say that one orbit is 4,700,000 years, but then in the book of Ashan you got the magnitude being 576,000 years from the 144,000 years. And then when you times that by 8, that's how you get that 4,608,000 years.
Yeah. And then they rounding up and rounding down. You know what I mean? So
yeah. But the point is to show that it's not a direct, concrete date. It's more influx.
It's gonna have to be. It has to be. And what I'm saying is why you're seeing the what seems like flex, right, is because they're using the sun on one side to get the same date, right, and using the moon in the other.
No, you're right. That's like saying 365 days on the solar year and on the lunar year is 354.
Correct. And then even that fluctuate from 354, 355, 356. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Even that fluctuates. So it would seem like it's and that's dope. Like you said, that's the dope part because Oahspe ain't trying to say, yo, this is the end all be all.
It's like giving you the math equation to play with the formula. You got to figure out the math. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then the math is like, okay, you may have a rounder. You know, you may have a round number. What round you got? You may have to round it off.
Mm-hmm.
It may not be.
And that's what they're doing with the 4.7 million year date.
Right,
You see
exactly.
what I'm saying? That's exactly what they're doing. They're rounding just to get solid numbers. Because think about it, bro. It ain't nothing for us to jump 576,000 years. 239,618,000 years in a grand cycle. So when we dealing with these type of numbers to keep them in line, you know what I mean? You would,
just deal with just like the 3,000 years. We deal with 3,000 as a basis.
Yeah.
You know, although we know some arc cycles was more, some arc cycles was less, but we deal with 3,000 as a basis. So if we want to play with some numbers, so if you want to be like, all right, nigga, let's go from the 24th arc cycle to the 36th arc cycle. Let's see what.
Right.
Let's divide that by 3,000 years. See what we come with. But you know, the arc of Cosmon may be a 3,200 year arc cycle, or it may be a 2,200 year arc cycle.
Right.
Or 25. But yeah, nonetheless, it fluctuates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's why Jaja sweet, because he says, "Yo, my revelation is not fixed because the universe is in constant motion."
He said the false gods knew that they was lying when they gave these so-called these prophecies. Yeah. He said they knew they was lying. He said nothing could have been fixed. You dig what I'm telling you? He said all things are in motion.
And then God say that, you know, their prophecy is guesswork because according to the Bible, you never know when the Father's coming, nor do the angels. It's a guessing game. So you can prophesy forever and never know when the end comes because your God got you curious.
Yeah, because they weren't allowed to look at oracles.
Say it again, Lucy.
They weren't allowed to look at oracles. You know what I'm saying? Like that's in Deuteronomy. It tells you like a person a soothsayer, a person who looks like an oracle, or not an oracle, omens. You know what I mean? Things of that nature. Like a prophet is an observer. So a prophet would observe omens. You know what I mean? They would look at the sky and look at the signs or whatever, but Deuteronomy forbids that. So in essence, they forbid the prophets. That's why they killed the prophets, because the prophets told them when these things will happen.
And then they had to communicate with their God in the goddamn in the tabernacles.
Yeah,
the only time they communicate, if you notice, really the only time they really communicate with their God is when they got to offer up a sacrifice.
Yeah, in the high places and at the Asherah poles.
Yeah, we could pull up them high places, but it was sacrificing. That's what I'm saying. See, the Israelites, the Canaanites was already doing their thing prior to the Israelites coming into Egypt. And that's why I say, see, that's another thing, like, real quick, when they try to say that if the Kemetic cats say that Moses copied the priesthood from Egypt, that means...
Do you see this? Do you see what dude is saying at the bottom, man? This is why you got to ignore the chat, man. He said Egyptian and Oahspe should never be in the same system. Listen, there's more Egypt in Oahspe than Egypt has in Egypt. Facts. Y'all don't understand nothing y'all got there. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't understand what y'all got going on over there. You know, dash A right.
Hold it down.
That's crazy.
What you gonna pull up with the high places with passage?
Okay, yeah, that's where I was going. I had lost my train of thought. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, though, let me pull up them places in the high places because that's what I was talking about, the prototype. Yeah, because the Canaanites. I mean, no. So that's what I was saying. I lost my train of thought. So if they admit that Moses got the priesthood from the Egyptians, that means they have to admit that they're dealing with deified worship. Because they try to deny that. No, the Egyptians, we ain't deal with no deified saviors. We ain't deal with no deified deities. They were aspects of nature. But if you're saying that the Leviticus priesthood is a prototype of the Kemetic, you would have to admit that it's deified worship, because the whole Leviticus priesthood is about offering up sacrifice to a deity. There's no getting around that. So you can't have it. You got to admit to either one. You can't have it both ways. So look, that's why the priesthood is really comes from the Canaanites, because the Canaanites was already worshiping a deity called Baal. Let me come to some of the artifacts.
Yo, but check this about the priesthood of Egypt. I was reading about sacrifice. It says they did sacrifice in Egypt. They did sacrifice animals, but most places I read it try saying that sacrifice wasn't central to their, like it was something that wasn't central, but it's something they did. So I don't know if they try to downplay it.
Hold on, say that one more time.
That sacrifices were performed in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. They did sacrifice animals, but like a lot of sources that I go to make it a point to say that it wasn't central to their religion. And it was done.
Yeah, like
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So is it like a downplay? I'm trying to figure out, like,
yeah, because you don't see the you go Cosmo.
No, go.
You don't see the prototype of the priesthood in Egypt. You don't see the Holy of Holies, and nor do you see the holy place. But like right here, let me come to it real quick. This is the prototype right here. You don't have this coming out of Egypt. For example, look, the discoveries include an idol of the Canaanite god Baal that was the object of prayer and sacrifice in the temple in what? The inner sanctuary. You don't have, this is an example of a prototype of the Canaanite priesthood in the temple. It talks about a sanctuary. And when we scoop down, here's another outline. They're going to their deified objects of Baal right there. Right? And then when we come down, look at this. This is it right here. What you're looking at right now is the temple.
yeah.
This is look what it states. Megiddo Temple of Pelah, first built in the Middle Bronze Ages, 1650 BCE, and destroyed in the Iron Age. Now look, 1650 BC, Israel was still sojourning in Egypt at this time, because they didn't leave Egypt till 1546 under Amos. So they're still in Egypt, while Canaan has an already established priesthood with the inner sanctuary, a holy and a holy of holies. Now let's prove that this is a holy of holies. Now here's the same thing with it numbered. Look at number 4 specifically. Right? Look at number 4 specifically. This is number 4. Right? Look what number 4 say right here at the bottom. Foundation for the late Bronze Age threshold to the temple of what? Holy of holies. See that? You don't have this coming out of Kemet. You have this coming out of Canaan. Here's the proof. If this was coming out of Egypt, you would have to show this prototype.
So you know what it would have been, bro? It would have been because Egypt had influence in Canaan, and it is shown that I think the Egyptian priests and Canaanite priests exchanged information. Because I think,
but you know what? Not, but the influence between the regions of Canaan and Egypt took place in the New Kingdom. That took place during the Thutmosis have plenty campaigns in the Canaan in the New Kingdom, but during the Middle Kingdom, their focus was more in the Senya, in the mines. You know what I mean? Al-Wukadim. In them areas, but up in here, Canaan was still because the deified savior was Baal at this time.
Yeah,
but nonetheless, you're right. But the Egyptian campaign in the Canaan was during the New Kingdom, which is after this, because this is even right here. It states this is 1600 BC.
Right. So the idea for the Levitican priesthood comes out of the Canaanite priesthood.
Case in point. And here's the evidence. Because if the proof was in Egypt, you would have to show the Holy of Holies. You would have to show
in Egypt, right?
You would have to show the same prototype. And not only you have to show the prototype, you would have to admit that this is dealing with deified worship. Because the whole purpose of because the deity of this Canaanite temple is Baal.
Right.
So that means the Exodus probably more than likely was more Levite than Israelite.
Case in point. Now here's a drawing of it. Same rendition of a drawing, 1600 BC. And then when we come down, this is Israel example right here. And look what it states right here. Holy place, holy of holies. This is the Israelite tabernacle being a protocopy of the Canaanites. So it did not come out of Egypt. It came out of Canaan. But if it did come out of Egypt, they have to admit that they was worshiping a god. And you know they try to deny that.
So look, the reason I bring up the Levite thing,
but the crazy, go ahead, Luke.
No, I was saying the reason I bring up the whole Levite thing is because there is an argument out there that there's not saying there wasn't an Exodus, but there's not evidence for the mass group of people that they say came out of Egypt. Right. With the millions or whatever, you know, Oahspe says it's like 4 million. I forget what the Bible says it is, but there's no evidence for that, but there still could be a migration. But there's an argument, long story short, that it's the migration was probably a migration of Levites coming out of Egypt into Canaan, being
the
foreign.
reason they don't never see it is because they ain't never looking in the right time. Yeah, you're not gonna see it right where you looking at, right where they think it's at. No, you got to think about it. The people have been gone 300, damn near 400 years by the time that they looking for it. They'd already been gone. So no, you're not gonna see it. You see what I'm saying? So they tricking they goddamn self. But what I wanted to say was, before I lose my train of thought, he was speaking on the Canaanite being a precursor to lost it.
The Canaanite being a precursor to the priesthood of Israel. What you was piggybacking off what we were saying with the priesthood?
Yeah. I was trying to I forget where I was going. I'll remember in a second. Go ahead, brothers.
I was going to say, peace to the chat. Time for me to back on out here and let another brother come on. BC's down there ready to go. So, beautiful discussion, brothers. We're definitely getting them vortexes going and raising them vibrations.
That's right, Brother Dave.
Peace and light, David.
You be safe out there. Yes, sir. So we showing so even when Nepal and Christina had a debate about the priesthood being a copy from Egypt, I was like, yo, nah, it's Christina. If she had any sense, she could have used that and end the whole shit, because Nepal didn't show an example. She didn't show an archaeological example of a priesthood with the Holy of Holies in the sanctuary and a deity that's being worshipped. So if you admit that come out of Egypt, well, who's the deity we worshiping? Is it Osiris?
Is it Osiris? Right.
Where the Holy of Holies at? We're not saying it ain't there, but show it like we showed in Canaan. Go ahead, though.
What is that? Ain't that Hosea? What is that? Hosea 4:13 or 3:14? No, it's 4:13. Well, anyway, don't the God of the biblical narrative say he is the God from Egypt?
Yeah, the dominant god is Osiris.
They don't know that Osiris is the very first god to call man Adam.
What's that picture of Canaan being created?
BC, what it do?
What it do, BC?
What's up? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to come in and pay homage, man, to the leaders of the movement. You know what I mean?
Peace to the righteous God.
I tried to jump on here before I had technical difficulties, but yeah, man, I just be in the background observing and paying attention. I don't know what's up with the chat, Sela. It's like every time I comment in the chat, it seems like it disappeared. I don't know if everybody's seeing it or not.
A word?
No.
It could be my phone acting funny, but it's only when you go. It's only when you go live, like I don't be seeing my comments. I don't know what's going on with it.
What? Shit, I know I ain't got you banned or blocked or nothing like that.
Oh man, let me see. Did you post something in the chat, BC?
Let me see.
Yeah, it's been a couple hours now. I just got off a couple hours ago, but it's all good. I just want to make sure,
That's what I'm saying. Post something in the chat real quick.
Okay, I'm back. I'm on the panel now. Is this okay? I see. Let me see.
Yeah, just go to the comment part and
We
post
dancing
something.
around on the topic, man. And my Dean, we dancing around on the different topics. Right now, we just talking about the Leviticus priesthood as a protocopy of the Canaanite priesthood.
Yeah.
And not the
Egyptian.
Egyptian.
Please go with that, boy. You see his post? Did he be posting?
Yeah,
my
yeah.
There you go in.
We need to get him up.
Yeah, y'all started going in, so I leave that to y'all. I keep it simple. I don't go too deep into the history, but I studied it, but I didn't study so much to I just I realized at the point I'm at now.
Hey, put something in the regular
creator,
chat, BC. Put
yeah,
something in the regular
I
chat.
saw that.
Oh,
I saw that, but
and then put something.
Oh
in the regular,
I see it in the private chat. Yeah, I see it pull up.
It said I gotta connect my YouTube account though. I don't want to like.
Oh, that's probably what it
knock
is.
myself
that's
out.
What it is.
Yeah, you probably got to be
okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, I'm gonna do that when I get off. That's probably the whole thing behind it. But But yeah, man, I just wanted to come on and show y'all some love and give y'all flowers because y'all really doing it big right now. And I'm gonna tell you why I think it's quiet on the set because they ain't got no rebuttal right now. They probably studying the book and getting their mind blown the same way we did, in my opinion. I think that's what's happening to some of them. You know what I mean? And then you got the ones that just want to kick against the pricks. But that's right. All good too. You know, me myself, man, I just been trying to like actually apply what I've been learning to life, you know, and that's where my mind been getting blown at because I'm seeing that, you know, the creator is real. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's really simple, but I do a lot of observing and, you know, just trying to get better. Right. Because if you're rocking with the creator, then you got to be in the plan of creation. That means I see everybody doing their thing in the creator gang group, and that's what's up, man. I'm trying to find my niche. You know what I mean? I messed around with the music a little bit, but I kind of backed off of it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
you know that,
but that's probably something I'm gonna try to get into later on. But yeah, man, I ain't want nothing really. I just wanted to say what's up to y'all. I jumped in back when y'all was talking about the electromagnetic tape on the tape recorders.
Oh yeah, we were talking about frequencies of spirits using electromagnetic frequency.
Yeah, that reminded me of one of my favorite old movies was The Sixth Sense. They had a scene in that movie where they played the tape recorder and I think they played it in reverse and he was able to pick up a spirit. And you know, I really think, you know, people say it's spooky and this and that. I mean it can be, but I really think I know due to the knowledge that the creator has shown us, like there's a direct connection to understanding these things. But like right now we going so deep with the knowledge that we reaching outside of our physical realm. So that's gonna get spooky to a lot of people, you know what I mean? But you know, it's really it's simple science. I ain't gonna say simple science, but it's a science thing. And I always was like I used to hear how they would try to separate religion from science and, you know, spirituality from science, but I really feel like science is just one compartment of the tools that the creator can use. You know what I mean? Like
that's right.
That's a part of it. That's a part of the whole teaching. So I don't see how that could be separate. So when stuff when you start putting stuff together, you getting facts and you getting truth, and you know the scientific method. You know, it's observation first, and you know, I forget the exact order, but like this stuff is this is the way of the creator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't.
And the crazy part is to piggyback on what you're saying. Jaja say spirituality and science are two sides of the same coin, and objectively they do the same thing. They are trying to give explanations to the to unseen causes of the seen part of creation. That's what spirituality is, and that's what science is. It's trying to give a reason and causation, you know, to the unseen parts of the creation. That's just what it does. It tries to
exactly, because I mean, you know, obviously we come in this world as a baby. You have to, like he said, he created us like a blank slate. which really means I mean, there's two ways you can look at that. What I understand is that there's no limitation to our level of wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the whole reason why it's all about outward and upward. You know, for ascension forever.
That's fair though, right? If
Yeah.
I even start a damn bird off, you never have to teach a bird how to build a bird's nest. You never have to teach it that it like worms and bugs and that it flies south for the winter. You never have to teach none of that. So the bird is in a sense, or an animal is in a sense a cup already full, right?
Right.
And man is devoid of knowledge and sense, so is in a sense a cup empty. But because Creator is fair, He is just, and you to get a full range of knowledge, you must live a corporeal and a spiritual life. You got to do both. You know what I mean? So because He starts the animal off with knowledge and sense, and man with none, He, in fairness, fills man up in a sense forever. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's real talk, Cosmine. Cause like I said, I be trying to like apply this stuff to real life situations, which is a learning process in itself for me, because I get to see how it actually works. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes I might be talking to my son. I got a 10-year-old, or I might be talking to my nephew, which is like 5 years old. And I might have to hit them with some science to get them to understand whatever. It could be anything. I'm trying to show them. So I'm trying to teach them something,
Right.
Put some fat on their head. I might have to hit them with a little bit of science so they can understand the point. But I'll be talking to a grown-up in a different situation. Maybe they older than me, old school. Because I find myself like, when you get to that higher knowledge, man, you're the student and the teacher, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I find myself having to get spiritual with the older folks so they can understand. But like you said, Cosmon, it's like the science and the spiritual, they meet at the same point. You know what I mean? But that's how you gotta, for me, that's how I find myself breaking it down so I can get my point across. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's like it's
different folks, different strokes too. You know what I mean? But everybody ain't gonna, even the gods, like, right, like for instance, let's say Nugon, right? When they brought Nugon in, True God turned his light down so it wouldn't dazzle it. You dig what I'm talking about? He didn't want to mess him up no more than he already was. And, so sometimes you got to be able to meet people where they are. And that, I think, to me, that is the sign of a good teacher, a well-rounded teacher that can meet a man wherever he is in his understanding, and you still be able to share the light of the Creator with them, and they understand it in whatever way that they need to understand it, because we're not proselytizing. We're not trying to ask you to be nothing. We just try to get you to understand that it's a whole creation out here, and somebody make that.
right.
Exactly.
Well, William Anthony, what's good, brother?
Hey, what's cracking, my brothers?
Hey, what's good with you?
All right,
Battle of the Holy Books, King James Bible, Quran, Egyptian text. Okay, I like where y'all going.
Yeah, we just putting everything out on the table, examine it. You know what I mean? See what's making sense, see what's not. You know what I mean? Just being, critical thinking.
That's an interesting story in the Quran where Muhammad was a young 25-year-old man who met a wealthy widow. He ended up hooking up with her. That's kind of interesting how the Quran starts out like that.
You talking about Muhammad?
Yeah, Muhammad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to start out like that. It's such like a basic story, especially for back in the day then, like, divorce and dating an older woman who's widowed, and
Right. More stricter. He was assumed.
And didn't he get into some type of fracas because something happened to that lady, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember reading. I think that lady. Yeah. I think something happened between that lady and somebody ended up getting killed, and the report came against Muhammad, and they had beat his brother or something like that, and he ended up killing him or some shit. And that leads, to my understanding, that leads into what we find as the first battle of Islam, or the Battle of Badr, 624. Right? That's, to my understanding, how I see the historical narrative playing into the literature. This would be right before 623-ish. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's crazy because it's said in the Oahspe. We just showed that how it was 610 he got the revelation. So
yeah,
on the 13th year is when he drew the sword for Muhammad. I mean for Allah, Jibril.
Mm-hmm.
And that coincides with that date you just mentioned with that. What was the name of that war?
The Battle of Badr. Badr. That's the very first time Muhammad draws the sword for Gabriel or Allah. You dig what I'm saying? He had just got you remember he got jacked up in the Mount of Hera. He was just he was like, read, Muhammad. That nigga was like, I
can't read. And you know what's interesting about Muslim culture though? I mean, you could say the same thing about the Catholic Church. Like I grew up like Irish Catholic. So like the Muslim culture is okay. First of all, there's a good thing about the Muslim culture where it's so masculine, right? Because the world today, the men are too feminine and the women are a little too masculine, like in America, the Western side, right?
Right.
So in general, maybe not in black culture might be different, but a lot of black men in America are being raised by women, so they're kind of getting the spirit of their mama a little bit, being feminized a little bit, which is maybe why they kill so easily in this drill culture, rap music thing. But in the culture of Muslims, the grown men, hook up with the adolescent boys, just like in the Catholic Church, the grown priests are hooking up the adolescent boys. So it's, these are taboo topics. I don't know if you guys are trying to go there, but
no, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just the only pushback I would have on what you're saying is that no, I don't have any pushback on the breaking up the quote unquote black home, because we're not black. You dig what I'm saying? There are no black people, just like there ain't no white people. In truth, right? But the fact that the black men are not in the home or not raising their children, that's crazy. I would disagree. You dig what I'm talking about? I would disagree. And even if the father is not with the mother, and many times black males are marrying their significant others and staying in these homes with them.
You're going to disagree that it's rampant in the black communities, that there's single mother homes and there's no fathers.
No, we're not debating that they're single mother homes, but what we're debating is people, or what we're forgetting and leaving out is that there's single father homes on the other side of those, where a dad raises the child with the mother, or
but we gotta
that they're not married.
Way more single mother homes. It's a cliche, dude. It's a known thing, stereotype that the black man ain't around.
Yeah, it is cliche.
But it's the truth. It's 100% truth, dude. It's rampant. These guys are having babies and not taking care of them.
No, I don't. I mean, I could say that for everybody if that's the case.
Come on, man. I need the host to jump in here, bro. This is common knowledge, man. What are you even talking about? But in every hood in America, this is just
common sense. No offense. You dig what I'm saying? They're trying to, like you say, it's cliche. It's like a dog whistle. You know what I mean? Like anytime somebody say anything about Chicago, it's like about killing or something. You see what I'm saying? It's that
No,
same.
but these are facts, bro. I mean, there's neighborhoods in Chicago that definitely don't just like.
But what about the fathers who are in the home?
Yeah, but though that's
don't
way
get
less.
reported because
It's
they're
way
not
less,
married
man.
to the mother.
Is the host gonna talk like give his opinion or what?
No. I was just.
I'm letting y'all have it out.
I'm just trying to clear that up. You did what I'm talking about before we went a little further, and you obviously got your belief system already going. But what I was just showing was that the other side, that there are so many black fathers who do so much more, who never get the credit because everybody got an idea that we somehow just naturally deadbeats or something. You dig what I'm saying? And we never get a lot of the credit because if we're not marrying them and yet we're still in the home, there's no credit, right? So and it is what it is. You dig what I'm talking about? The numbers are the numbers, and they can be applied how they want to be applied. But I just wanted to push back on that whole entire narrative, like black men ain't doing shit, raising their children.
They ain't, bro. In general, you might find a few good ones here and there, but bro, come on, man. I mean, if we're gonna have a conversation, let's get down to the facts. Come on, man. Have you ever been to a ghetto?
Cities.
You ever been to a ghetto, dude? Anywhere in the United States?
In the United States,
talking about,
I don't know any deadbeats. I mean, maybe it's like
what
a personal
thing. What are you talking about, dude? Have you been to a hood anywhere in America, bro?
I'm in a hood in America.
Then you're just. I mean, in the chat, type 1 if this dude's an idiot. Type 2 if I'm correct.
Wow, you trolling. You trolling.
I'm not actually trolling, bro. It's like, come on. The chat's even saying it, dude. Like, what are you talking about? 50-50. It ain't 50-50, bro. Come on, man. We all know in the hood that it's just common knowledge, bro. These dudes that are out selling dope are knocking up whoever the fuck they want and not taking care of it and just doing whatever, bro. It's rampant.
There you have the numbers coming in. We see some ones, we see some twos.
Either way, I was correct on that.
Oh, who is these guys? These they must have came with him. I ain't never seen Devin Banks before, and that's just one person who posting a bunch of tabs. Okay, all right, yeah. So it's more twos than ones. So
no, it was 1 you're an idiot and 2 I'm correct. So you lost either way, bro. It wasn't really a vote.
Either way, you know, it'll be all right, bro. It'll be all right.
Well, come on, you're in a hood. Where are you at in the hood, bro?
Where are you at?
I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I'm in Detroit.
Yeah, I grew up in Chicago. So come on, man.
What
are you doing, dude?
So what are you saying? What are you doing, dude?
I'm saying that black men are known for having massive amounts of sex, impregnating people, and then not being in the home to raise the child. It's common knowledge.
Okay, so we're going to play in the stereotypes. So white men are heathenistic, barbaric colonizers. So, and that's well known, right? Are you trying to deny that?
I mean, can you say it again, bro?
That you're known to be colonizing, barbaric, heathenistic, dirty people. Like literally stinky. Like
something like the British, the way they colonize everything, and the way they may still have.
I mean, can you name anybody that you didn't come into contact with that was a negative to them?
Yeah, but bro, my mother is from Ireland and my dad's parents are from Ireland. So
okay, but I'm saying, but they're colonizers, they're migrants, they're tethers.
Okay, now they're migrants.
They came over here and lived off the Aboriginal goodness. And
Don't you know that there used to be
because they couldn't make anything pop in their own country?
Don't you know that there used to be signs on the stores like Irish need not apply? They were treated just like they were segregated. They were discriminated against just like blacks were in America, dude. And they were slaves as well. No, they weren't. That didn't happen. They didn't have signs that said Irish need not apply. That's not common knowledge either.
No, are you saying that somehow the Negro slave and the Irish slave were treated the same? Because from my understanding, they came over here with indentures. And then after they got done with their 4 to 7 years, they got a plot of land right from their King James. So no, I would think indenturement and enslavement were two different things, sir.
Yeah,
And
but
if I may ask, how long was that enslavement of the Irish?
see, I don't know. I don't know
William?
about the history gets jumbled, bro. Anything like you go past like 100 years, everything starts to get
So
weird.
why
But
speak about it if you don't know about it?
you're speaking about it too, bro. We're all speaking about something that's
No, we're
kind of
not.
hard to
I
understand.
asked you, was it a fair assumption because of what people say about your people to apply that you're dirty, stinking, colonizing, heathenistic?
You fried chicken eating,
No,
grape soda drinking.
that's what I'm saying right there. So I'm saying, is that fair to apply that to your people?
Is it fair for me to say that about you, your people?
No, it's not. So it's
Yes,
not
it is.
a fair
Actually,
to apply that
it
we
is actually
somehow
kind of
all
true. You guys do like fried
daddy.
chicken and grape soda. That's not really a diss.
Hey, William, let me ask you a question. Was it your
trolling? He just trolling. Don't worry about him. He's trolling.
Was it your point to
I'm
come
actually
on
not
here and
even
get us to
trolling
a,
yet, bro. You'll know
Hey,
when I'm
William,
trolling.
You are.
I'm gonna ask you an honest question, man. Was it your point to get on here and get us to agree with what you're trying to bring out? That most black men ain't shit. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm actually trying to have a conversation. It seems like the host is kind of level-headed. He's just playing a neutral role, which is cool, but he's probably the wisest and most. He'd probably have the best
Well,
feedback.
you wouldn't know
I'd
that
have the
until
best conversation with him.
Know that until you actually
I
had
got
a
two retards I'm dealing
right.
with.
I mean, you might be right,
So
but I'm just asking the question.
Assuming that I'm not because I'm questioning what you're saying.
Bro, you clearly have a bias, man. You clearly are just like have anger and all these issues that I can't really help you deal with right now.
What makes you think I'm angry about something?
You have racism in you as well.
Why?
Let me talk to him for a second.
Go ahead, BC.
Cosmo.
Our personal issues.
It's good conversation.
He said you might have some issues, but I'm trying to figure out what are you trying to deposit into this conversation? I mean, other than the point you
I
made.
got to let you guys know something, man. My man Paul Enslaved just went live, so I got to go check him out. We could do this again later. I dropped the link to my people to show you guys some love. So we'll do it another time. My man Paul Enslaved, check him out sometime. You guys should hop over there and bring the conversation over there. Truly host. If you were smart, you would click on Paul's link and live stream it to your viewers and have a conversation with Paul. But you guys probably won't. So whatever. But I'm going to get out of here, guys. I'll see you later.
Yeah, you're right, Cosmo.
Yeah, Charlie, bro.
I've been to set up before.
He trolling. They came in with the racist.
It's all good though.
You know what I mean? That's what they do. You dig what I'm talking about? We know Juju when we see him. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not hard to tell. We can tell by what
when you tap.
Well, shout out
when you tap into that. When you tap into that higher light, they can only reach so high. You know what I mean?
Tap that for him right here, C-Lock.
What's that?
Tap that where James Bolden just said. Right here.
He tried to tell y'all right there to that.
Nah, right. Above that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm just saying, stick that in your corncob pipe there, your Mountain Johnny. You dig what I'm talking about? Don't let people. You dig what I'm talking about? Get you riled up, especially when you're smarter than them and you're more spiritually astute. We seen what they was doing. Shout out to my boy James Bolden though for exposing it anyway. You dig what I'm talking about? Salute to you, man. Job warriors, you know what I mean? The sons of the Most High, people trying to really do good, always put their people on.
I think that was kind of weird how he got out of here so quick. I think he was trying to trigger some people.
Yeah, the thing is, Cosmo
light years above him.
Cosmo level the playing ground. He was expecting me to jump in. I'm like, no, y'all having a conversation.
Yeah.
And when Cosmo leveled the playing ground and reverted back to, well, what about the history? Yeah. How did black people end up in the ghettos? How did they end up in these conditions? And he said, through your ancestors. So it's like, we understand what you're saying. We from the hood, we get it. But then if we're gonna call that shot, we got to look at the bigger picture. We got to look at how did we end up in this condition. You know, if the Europeans, was right and exact, they would have gave niggas equal opportunity and rights. They wouldn't have put niggas on the back of the bus. They wouldn't have hang niggas from trees. If they would have given the same equal opportunity and rights as they did from day one, you wouldn't have niggas in the ghetto murdering each other. These are the seeds of your labor,
right?
Of what your ancestors did.
Yeah, they never.
These are the effects of the cause.
Yeah, they never addressed the atrocities. Like when you separate a child.
He's like, why you ain't? Cosmo about to handle this. I already know how Cosmo about to do.
And see, when you barking, when you see, the thing is, I'm not talking about what I believe. I'm only talking about what I know. So, and then I ain't got to never bash you. I just hold the mirror up. So if I'm a deadbeat father, are you a stinky, non-bath taking, heathenistic, barbaric caveman?
You level the playing ground. That's it. You just level.
Are you that?
You level the playing ground.
Right? I mean, if we going with tropes, well, then we see where we rocking with now, right? All right. So if it works one way, well, then it works the other, correct? So then why would we even listen to what you saying if we know that you just what Elijah been saying, the son of a devil? You're a demon yourself.
Even according to your Oahspe, it says, yo, if you're not one, if the government is not one with the people, then that's on the government. Who running the government?
Yeah, the demon, him downstairs. I told him.
So that's why I was gonna let y'all hash it out to see if he was gonna stick around the CIA, man. Maybe he want to.
No, I was beating him up. I'm too swift with this. I'm swift with this. I'm ready for it. And what they think is triggered or angry. Oh, I'm the angry black man. You dig what I'm talking about? No, it's just that I'm smarter than you, and I'm going to drive the point home every time. They don't know I talk like this every day.
Look at this. He said
exactly. They think when you turn up that you angry all of a sudden. They don't understand the energy. You know what I mean?
Look at that. He said he was Irish. There was Irish slavery in America.
Yeah, but they black. The Irish are black.
No, meaning to say, what I'm saying is that levering the playing ground.
But listen to what I'm saying. He's trying to level the playing ground with the weapons that possibly my ancestors took. Those are Negroes that are getting off the boat in Ireland. They're described. They're the Jacobites. These are the people who came in who are fighting alongside King James, right? Right. In Metacom's war, King Philip's war.
You're right. But what I'm saying, the counter to his argument,
that ain't him.
That's what I'm saying. So, but he used the Irish, but
yeah,
they could have found out the same conditions he's trying to blame the people of color is the same conditions you claiming to be from. That's my point.
And then we don't see that happening to people who look like you. But those Irish people, they were absolutely documented, not only down to how tall they were, but what counties they came from, what they looked like, their skin color, what their hair color was, and what jobs they had.
Hey, look what this shit say right here.
Don't make me go into these sources.
Look what it say right here in the highlight. Look what it say. Let me lodge that. It said, in fact, more Irish were sold as slaves to the American colonies from 1651 to 1660 than the total existing free population of the Americas.
What the?
Look at that.
Oh, man. It ain't even that many Irish people.
Right.
But just showing you using his own argument against
ghetto black people. And then where's this source from? What source is this? Slavery PDF, Irish slavery from where?
In the Americas.
No, from who wrote it?
I'm just saying you can look
That's
it up.
something he didn't typed up.
Hey, Cosmo,
it's giving you dates.
This is some of that. All this stuff plays into that paper genocide, though. You know how they switch the titles and the names, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, go to the bottom, Sila.
Look what it say. Look, few people realize from 1600 to 1699, more Irish were sold as slaves than Africans.
Facts.
So the very conditions he talking about reverse back on him. Because
wait till they find out that the African is a white boy. That's what they're not ready for.
That part.
Yeah, the whole white black title thing switch. It was agendas behind all that.
Yeah, like you said, they paper genocided. The pen is way stronger than the sword.
See, that's what
And
I'm
to be
saying.
honest, that's the only reason that he came in here with the with all that gumption, because he's reading these sources, but he don't really understand like what's actually going on. I mean, in my opinion, he got a little knowledge, but I think he jumped off because he couldn't answer the question I had for him.
Well, once he said he was Irish, then I just ran the background. And we just see right here that these niggas is more enslaved than the niggas.
Right.
Just that quick. So if he would have stayed on and we would have pulled that up. See, now this is a discussion. You want to throw in certain words, but no, if you smarter than us, if we ghetto and stupid niggas, you should supposed to display source, show your sources, your reference. You know what I mean? But we just showed one source and one reference showing that in the mid 1600s that more Irish slaves was here than the Africans.
That's his source, ain't it?
Nah, I pulled that up.
Oh,
that's my source. I pulled that up.
Yeah.
He ain't reference no source. Once he said he was Irish and his people was enslaved, I pull up Irish slave. I pull up enslaved Irishmen or Irish enslavement, and that was one of the references that came up.
So have you ever even seen that dude? That's the first time I seen him in here.
The name, and so what? The other fella too. Whatever his name is, Devin something, Devin Banks. Never seen him neither. You dig what I'm talking about?
Y'all probably.
Hey, look.
He probably saw his title in the. He saw one of his books in the title.
Case in point, they either seen a Bible, they seen or that Quran. They probably seen that Quran.
Yeah, you dig what I'm talking about? I mean, if he want to get up here and debate his God,
that's what it's
whichever
about.
one
That's
it
why
may
it's
be.
battle the holy books.
You dig what I'm talking about? You know, bring your idol out. That's all I'm saying.
We battling the information.
Bring your God off the porch. You dig what I'm talking about? And then you can come debate the big bad scary black guy who's angry. You dig what I'm talking about? You can get this angry black guy for real. You dig what I'm talking about? Beat you up with the knowledge. Bad. You dig what I'm talking about? He's not ready for the history class I'ma drag him through.
That's what I'm saying. So they mad because it's like
quick he got out of it.
They want to take their shots, but they ain't got the long haul. They ain't got the breath of the long
way. What do you have to offer to the conversation?
Well, he just did.
Exactly.
But look what he offered. He came on here.
He cut himself like Tony did.
Yeah.
Now we got a new topic. Nigga, Irish is slave. Irish was more populated than the Africans. Nigga, that's what we got out of this.
And then you are still a follower of Luamon.
He may be a Jabril. He got the bed like he may be Islamic. He may be
Islamic. He did come out.
Yeah, but think about it, y'all. Hey, why would anybody come against this? I mean, obviously they coming from an idol perspective.
Of course.
But see,
you know what I mean?
It don't matter why you coming against it. Just know you gonna lose against it. That's what you need to do. You did what I'm talking about. You fear your God. You need to fear Cosmo.
Against it. Yo, Cosmo is crazy. Yo,
you fear your God. You need to fear Cosmo because your God
lose against it, nigga. You crazy.
Your God keeping you on the porch right now and from taking the debate. Your God is a coward, and guess what? He raised up his followers.
So let's go through without a shadow of a doubt. This battle of the holy books. You know what I mean? If you got a problem, bring your Bible, bring your Quran, bring your Egyptian text, bring your Oahspe, bring your Tanak, chapter and verse, lay it on the table. You know what I mean? If you follow a God, a creator, and he created the heavens and the earth, make it make sense. In the Bible, it said God created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, and the Quran supports it. And then we showed you the timeline of how that looked. So, yeah.
Zachariah, how you say he came in talking about eating chicken.
Yeah, you can't just come in with a slick beard. You got to back it up with some knowledge, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's right, BC. Because it's like, you know what I mean?
He think because we saw the beard there, okay, he connects it. Nah, man. You got to prove it.
Yeah, you got to prove yourself. Let all things be proven and test the spirit. He thought I was gonna come saving. Why ain't the host coming in, boy? You got a pit bull that got a hold of your leg. You don't even know it yet.
I ain't about to let you go. I'm gonna beat you till you get off.
You know when when a dog bites your ass and you looking to your friend to help save you. I can't say you got to figure that out, bro. You done barked up the wrong tree. Now you got bit, and you want me to save you? Nah, I'm quiet. You got Cosmo on your ass.
You was talking to the right one, and see, Jaja run them right into me. The biggest, roughest, toughest. You dig what I'm talking about? I show you that you're a mental midget and spiritually inept. So we run circles around you, so-called smart guys.
And
you
then
think when the dog whistles don't work over here.
When you get challenged on that shit, it's like you don't have good rebuttal. Your rebuttal becomes insult. See, if you were a good debater, if you were an intelligent person, you're not going to revolt to insults. You're not going to result to insults if you got good rebuttals. Right. If you know how to come back from somebody throwing a jab at you, then you. But if you don't, if you talking and then somebody throw a jab like Cosmo say, like you come from what? You know where your people come from. Your people come from the caves of Europe. You can't get mad now. You just said that you could make it from the ghetto and all this shit. But if you want to trace the history and to see who done more damage, you know what I mean, to these same people you consider ghetto, it's your ancestors. Well, if you want to say it Irish, all the Europeans is one gene pool.
Yeah, I think the Irish taught us the ghetto nature. There were no ghettos in America before the Irish brought them here.
And the slave come from the Slavic, so it's like
there were only ghettos in Europe. There were no ghettos in America.
That shit, right? And the ghettos in Europe is for the Jews.
Of being ghetto is European.
Yeah. Man, hey, think about this, y'all. It literally took them hundreds of years to break us down. You know what I mean? From kings and queens to get us to even like be stuck. I ain't gonna say we stuck, but you know, to be in the state that we in, because we obviously understand that this ain't our natural state. We being programmed into this, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's gonna take that higher light to raise them up. That's why we say you bring them, we raise them, and that's exactly why he came over here. But he found out he wasn't ready to get raised up. So
he was just a moth to the flame. He didn't know this fire hot over here. You dig what I'm talking about? And see that's because they don't listen. His mama been telling him that fire hot since he was a little child.
It can make you glow or it can burn your ass.
Them gamma rays burn now, son.
I'm telling you, you don't even see gamma rays. You never see them coming. You see how I just easily dodged the stereotypical racist talking points. You dig what I'm talking about? And I go straight to the chin, overhand right.
But like you said, you just held up the mirror.
Yeah. Oh, here. Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. So you know, and when you're smart enough to think around these people, and you already know you're smarter than them, what you got to get mad about? They just be mad that I'm barking on them like that. They just be mad.
You hold up the mirror and show them themselves they can't take it. But see, we so used to holding up the mirror, seeing ourselves, nigga, that don't bother us, nigga. Like, come on, you can't shame us. You can't say nothing to get under our skin. We came through you know what I mean, for the atrocities that we done went through. There is nothing you could tell us that could offend us. All we gonna do is level the playing ground and show you your mirror.
Right? You don't. I mean, you call us ghetto and. You know, deadbeat dads and all. You know, you went straight for the jugular. Fried chicken,
straight for grape soda.
Grape soda.
Hey, look what Mahal is saying. The European system didn't take care of their own people. That's why they overhit.
Yeah, that's why they came here. Survival. The same reason why the Mexicans crossing the border.
Hey, Malachi said the name was Khadijah, I think, who he was talking to earlier about the Muhammad and shit.
Yeah. But behind her becomes what happens because of the War of Badr. You dig what I'm talking about? Her people was Jews, his people was Muslim, or what would become the Muslims. You dig what I'm talking about? And they had a war in Badr behind this woman. You know what I mean? And that's how the Bible start off.
Sure, wow, yo. But yo, man, I'm about to go ahead and close out. We've been on here damn near 5 hours. It's been an excellent build. Battle of the Holy Books. You see when we put the books on the table, you know what I mean? All of them on trial. You dig? Yep. Go ahead and sign out, Cosmo. Sign out, BC.
Hey, man. Look, Cosmo, breathe in. Let that light in. I'm out.
That's my boy.
Cosmo, I'm coming to Detroit this weekend. He got off. Hey, peace, say a lot, man. I appreciate you, King. You know what I mean? You've been dropping this knowledge, and the gang gonna keep on rolling, man. You know, we gonna get people coming against the knowledge, but hey, we rocking with the creator, so creator undefeated.
Yeah, creator undefeated. And so that's what they feel to realize. We're not coming under the auspice of no God. We're not coming under the auspice of no lords, no tribal leaders, no nationalities. We coming under the authority of the creator. And the creator's undefeated indeed, King.
Salute to the fam, y'all. I'm out.
Salute to the righteous God. You dig? That's my man DC in the building. BC, you know what I mean? So again, today's topic, Battle of the Holy Books. We just revising it. Shout out to Malachi Maccabee. He's the one who came up with that title, Battle of the Holy Books. You know, instead, you know what I mean? He said, instead of arguing about the text, put the text on the table, chapter and verse, with the subject matter, and allow the books to defend itself. That's the purpose of Battle of the Holy Books. And if we do it in that format, there is no reason for me to insult you, and there is no reason for you to insult me. The information coming from God should be potent enough to stand on itself. And with that, your boy Silas Shalom is out of here. It's a blood clot vibe. We got to run the rhythm. Let me run the rhythm, family. Let me run the rhythm. And we out of here. It's a blood clot vibes.